Hi, I'm Victoria Parker from the Alzheimer's Disease and Related Disorders program at the Rhode Island Department of Health. Our mission is to reduce the health and economic burden of dementia by monitoring the state's latest data, educating people and their families on prevention, diagnosis, and treatment, and improve the quality of care and support for people with Alzheimer's disease and related disorders. Thank you for being with us at the 11th Annual Caregiver Journey Conference. The Rhode Island Department of Health is thrilled to be a sponsor.
I'm Phil Clark, the director of the Rhode Island Geriatric Education Center based at the University of Rhode Island. We're a center that collaborates with clinical partners and community-based organizations to provide geriatric education to providers, students, and other trainees across the region. In our work, we are pleased to emphasize education on Alzheimer's disease and other dementias, and we are proud to be sponsoring this conference.
Hi, I'm Victoria Parker from the Alzheimer's Disease and Related Disorders program at the Rhode Island Department of Health. Our mission is to reduce the health and economic burden of dementia by monitoring the state's latest data, educating people and their families on prevention, diagnosis, and treatment, and improve the quality of care and support for people with Alzheimer's disease and related disorders. Thank you for being with us at the 11th Annual Caregiver Journey Conference. The Rhode Island Department of Health is thrilled to be a sponsor.
I'm Phil Clark, the director of the Rhode Island Geriatric Education Center based at the University of Rhode Island. We're a center that collaborates with clinical partners and community-based organizations to provide geriatric education to providers, students, and other trainees across the region. In our work, we are pleased to emphasize education on Alzheimer's disease and other dementias, and we are proud to be sponsoring this conference.
Donna, we are live. Thank you. And good morning, everyone. And thank you so much again for being with us for the 2022 Alzheimer's Association Rhode Island Chapter Caregivers Journey Conference. My name is Donna McGowan, and I'm the Executive Director of the chapter. Welcome to the second day of this fabulous conference. For those who were unable to be with us yesterday for the conference, let me report it was a terrific day. We were very pleased to bring you 9 separate sessions featuring a total of 12 presenters. All were very informative and very well received. We also had the opportunity yesterday for the first time in 3 years to network with each other in person, say hello to longtime colleagues and friends, and visit the many vendor tables of our wonderful sponsors who helped make this conference possible. Not to mention, we got to enjoy a lunch together. We have another jam-packed day planned today with exciting lineup of speakers ready to share some very helpful and informative presentations with you all. With 4 presentations today, there is sure to be something of value for everyone. To kick it all off, we will hear the keynote address by Amy Goyer. Amy is AARP's family and caregiving expert and was a caregiver herself. The title of her talk is Choosing to Care. Before I introduce Annie Murphy, the coordinator of this fabulous conference, who is the program manager for our chapter, to introduce our keynote speaker, I would like again to highlight all the sponsors and supporters who helped to make this conference very possible. The Rhode Island Office of Healthy Aging is once again our presenting sponsor. In a few moments, you will hear from the brand new director of the office with some welcoming remarks. The office has been a great supporter and partner of the conference for many years and has also provided the Alzheimer's Association Rhode Island chapter with the opportunity to bring many programs, trainings, and educational events to the community. On a side note, the chapter is a staunch supporter of legislation being heard before the Rhode Island General Assembly, which would make the office a full-time department with expanded resources and responsibilities and the potential to serve in an even more effective manner than the great support that they do provide now. The Rhode Island Department of Health and the Rhode Island Geriatric Education Center are our platinum sponsors for the conference. Both are great examples of longtime partners of the chapter, without whom our work would not be possible. We welcome back again this year great supporters of the caregiver community and the Alzheimer's Association, our gold sponsors, Butler Hospital and Blue Cross Blue Shield of Rhode Island. And this year, St. Elizabeth Community and AARP have graciously stepped forward to be the silver sponsors of the conference. Thank you for your dedication and your contributions. I hope you had time yesterday to visit the tables of our many bronze sponsors. They will be recognized once again today during video presentations, and their support is instrumental in bringing this event to you. I encourage you to learn more about all of our sponsors and the work that they do. And thank you to each of you for what you do as caregivers and for your continued support of our ultimate goal, a world without Alzheimer's disease and related dementias. And now it is my great pleasure to congratulate her today on being confirmed to her new position by the Rhode Island Senate yesterday afternoon, and to introduce Rhode Island's Director of the Office of Healthy Aging, Ms. Maria Samini. Maria, I welcome you to the stage.
Good morning. Thank you so much. I'm really excited to be here. As you said, I am suddenly the director of the Office of Healthy Aging. Thank you, Donna, for your kind introduction. I'm so thrilled to be able to be here with you all this morning and to welcome you to this conference. And thank you to the Alzheimer's Association team for putting together this incredible event. I'm honored to be with you today. And as you know, this annual event is so important to help raise awareness. We all know someone and are often related to someone diagnosed with Alzheimer's or Alzheimer's disease or related dementia. Those of you who were able to attend yesterday have already seen how wonderful this conference is, and I've already learned so much from the time I was able to spend with you yesterday. Throughout these days, you'll have the opportunity to learn from one another and create connections and leave here knowing that there are supports available to you and for you. At the Office of Healthy Aging, we're delivering programs to support families and caregivers who are dealing with great complexity and the intensity of caring for someone with multiple chronic conditions and functional impairments. The Office of Healthy Aging has been a proud sponsor of this event for many years. If you want to learn more about our work, our website is oha.ri.gov, like Office of Healthy Aging.ri.gov. I want to thank you all for joining today and for all of the work that you've done to put this conference together and in support of individuals with Alzheimer's and other related dementias and their caregivers. Thank you.
So thank you so much, Director Samini. And again, sincere congratulations on behalf of the Alzheimer's Association Rhode Island chapter. We look forward to working with you very closely with you and your entire office. And now I am so very pleased to introduce my very best friend and colleague, Annie Murphy. As I briefly mentioned earlier, Annie is the program manager for the Alzheimer's Association Rhode Island chapter. She's been such a dedicated and passionate member of the team for nearly 15 years now. Annie is not the only person at our chapter who brings education, training, and support to caregivers and those living with Alzheimer's, but she is the force behind this conference and behind all of our programs and services. As she does every year, Annie works so diligently to ensure that our conference is rewarding, informative, and supportive. Annie, thank you so very much for your dedication, not only to the staff and the chapter office, but to the 25,000 constituents living with this disease and our 64,000 unpaid home-based caregivers. You're just phenomenal. And this conference is just simply amazing every year. I always say it can never get any better. And every year it just seems to take off and it gets better and better. So Annie, take it away.
Good morning, everybody, and thank you so much for being here, Donna and Maria. It's just an absolute pleasure to be with each and every one of you this morning. Yesterday was just a wonderful experience, I think, for each and every one of us through the chapter, our volunteers, the committee who helped us put together today's conference, and over 150 individuals who participated in yesterday's conference at the Crown Plaza in Warwick. You know, I just need to, again, say thank you to our presenters yesterday who just expanded on, you know, their knowledge and understanding of how to support an individual living with Alzheimer's disease or another related dementia. So a heartfelt thank you to each one of you. I wish to also thank Jim Wessler, who is the Regional Director of the Alzheimer's Association here in New England, for coming down from Boston and attending the conference with us yesterday. And I just wish to thank, too, the vendors and all of our sponsors who participated in yesterday's conference. I am sure that the many participants and registrants who attended yesterday had a wonderful opportunity to meet the businesses and programs and resources that are here in Rhode Island. I'm sure each and every one of them have the opportunity to learn more, and so that they can support the individuals that they're caring for in their homes and in their communities and in their neighborhoods. Just a reminder that yesterday's presentations were recorded, and we will have those recordings up on our conference website within the next couple of days. We will also be sending out the PowerPoint presentations and resources that our presenters shared, during the sessions yesterday, so that you will have those available to you over the next couple of days. So, thank you to each and every one of you, again, for being with us today. I truly hope that this today will be a lively opportunity for each one of you to share, and ask questions for our presenters. So, I'd like to actually just start off this morning to ask if you can put in a comment in the comment section to share, where you're sitting today, watching the virtual conference, what town you're from, and also if you are, caring for an individual living with a diagnosis of Alzheimer's and other related dementia, please tell us who you're caring for. Are you caring for your mother? Are you caring for a spouse? Maybe you're here as a direct care professional. We'd love to know where you work and anything about that. So, we'd love to hear from you. I'll give everybody just a couple of seconds to put some information in the chat so that we can know who's with us this morning. Okay, thank you. So this morning, I have the honor and the pleasure to introduce our keynote address speaker this morning, Amy Goyer. So, before I introduce her, I just, want to remind you that, this is an opportunity for you to ask questions for Amy. With Amy, and she's here to answer our questions. So please, participate as much as you can. Barbara, it's so wonderful to see you from Foster, and Kathy in Charlestown. So it's just nice to see so many, individuals from different parts of the state of Rhode Island. So thank you. I'm actually here from South Kingstown, Rhode Island, in my cozy home, as we're able to offer our virtual conference virtually this today. So, so now it is truly my pleasure, quite honestly, to welcome our keynote address speaker, Amy Goyer, today. Amy Goyer is AARP's National Family and Caregiver Expert and author of Juggling Life, Work, and Caregiving. A passionate champion for caregivers, she has spent her entire adult life caring for her grandparents, parents, and sister. Amy has more than 35 years of experience working in the field of aging, and she shares her personal caregiving journey as well as practical, actionable tips for caregiving in her columns and videos. She is a sought-after speaker and moderates AARP's Facebook Family Caregiving Discussion Group. A widely quoted media authority, Amy has been a frequent guest on NBC Today. She is also an author. So it is my great pleasure to introduce Amy Goyer. Amy, are you able to join us this morning?
Can you see me? Can you hear me?
I can see you and I can hear you. Thank you so much for being with us this morning.
Excellent. I am so happy to be with you back in Rhode Island again. It's been a while. I am trying to get my technology to work. So I'm going to share my screen. And right now I can't see you, but I have my slideshow in presenter mode. So can you tell me what you're seeing when the screen is shared?
So right now I am seeing all of your first slide and then all the slides on the side.
Okay, I'm going to stop and try this again. I'm so sorry, y'all. You know how this is with technology. It's so great until it doesn't work right for you.
Absolutely.
So I'm going to try it again. We'll see if we can make it work this time. Share.
So Amy, while you're doing that, I'm just going to say a welcome to some of our other guests this morning. We have Lauren George, who's calling. She's a training coordinator at Home Instead. Gina's here. She's a Navy veteran, and she lost her dad to Alzheimer's disease in 2018. Welcome, Gina, and so sorry for your loss. Kathy is here is caring for her mom, and she's also a healthcare provider as well. So it's just we have such a robust and different caregivers with us this morning. So.
Great. Well, I'm so happy to be among you, and I'm going to try. Ben, can you show the screen? I think we got it right this time. There we go. So
You did
I'm
it.
going to talk. There we go. Thank you so much, Annie. And thank you all for your patience with technology. I guess we're all kind of used to it now after the pandemic and doing everything with technology. I wanted to let you know that I was also an Alzheimer's caregiver for more than once. Okay, now we're going to have a different problem in that I can't seem to change my slides. Oh gosh.
Try moving your mouse over to the other screen and clicking it first.
How's that?
There we go.
Okay. This is my mom and dad. I'm going to start out by telling you a little bit about my caregiving journey. I think there will be things that you can all identify with. I've had a vast experience with caregiving with multiple family members, and I find that there's always something in my journey that you will find similar to yours. I'm going to start out by telling you about my family and share some of my own very personal photos and videos with you. So this is my mom and dad, Robert and Patricia. And our caregiving journey starts with them. So the most important thing to me is that you are able to meet them. They can't be here today, but I have a video. So I think, they say a picture is better than 1,000 words. Well, I think a video is even better. Go for it.
In Indiana, and it seems that I can see the flickering candlelight ain't shining bright through the sycamores at me. The new mown hay gives all its fragrance from the field I've used to roam. Oh, the moonlight's fair tonight along the Wabash. Then I long for my Indiana. Home, 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 home. Period.
Yay, Daddy! Yay, Mommy! And that was the big finish. So basically, that's all you need to know about my parents. You can see who's in charge. Mom was telling him to stay in the picture. Dad's exuberant and loved to sing. My dad went off to college, and then he wasn't drafted. He volunteered so he could go into officers' corps for World War II. And he was in the 10th Mountain Division in World War II, and they ended the war in Italy, and then a few days later in all of Europe. The Nazis gave up. So I always said my dad ended World War II, at least in my eyes. He went back to college and met my mom, the beautiful Patricia, and they dated in college. They graduated. My dad went on to graduate school in radio, and then my mom taught high school, but they got engaged, and they were married in 1952 in Indianapolis, Indiana. You can probably guess from the song that our story begins in Indiana. And not too long after they got married, the Korean War happened, and Dad was recalled. He had stayed in the reserves. So their marriage started out with travel. They went, he was stationed in Germany, and so they were able to go to Germany, and that's where my mom had her first baby. Now, they had an adorable little daughter. Well, actually, they had 4 adorable daughters. I am the youngest of those 4. I was not the one born in Germany. My oldest sister, Karen, was. You can see my dad went on to get his PhD at Ohio State, and he became a professor of communication. He taught at Purdue University. That's where I was born. And my mom stayed home with us kids until 3rd grade, and then she got her master's degree, and she taught at the university and did all kind of various jobs. We had moved to Athens, Ohio when I was 5 years old, and my dad taught at Ohio University. But he was kind of the gentleman farmer. We also had a farm about 10 miles outside of town, and we had horses and chickens and cows, and I grew up riding horses and had really a wonderful idyllic childhood. I went on to go to Ohio University myself. And yes, I was the Ohio University Bobcat. Every parent's dream to have their child put that weird head thing on and dance around and be weird. But then my dad got a job when I was a sophomore in college. My dad got a job at Arizona State University, way across the country. So off we went there. I did go back and finish college in Ohio. And my next oldest sister, who was still at home, my older two sisters were married. She went back to Ohio also eventually with me. In the meantime, my grandparents were aging. My mom was from Indianapolis, Indiana. This is her grandmother Clara. My grandfather had died right before my parents moved. My mom had a brother and a sister in town and my cousins. And so my grandmother had a fair amount of support. So my role with her, as I graduated from college with a degree in music therapy and went to Columbus, Ohio, and worked in adult daycare centers and nursing homes. And then I worked for the Ohio Department of Aging. So I was about 3 hours away from her. So I would be the respite caregiver. She never drove. And so I would take her to the store and take her to church and just visit and help her do things around the house and provide socialization, and just, I adored my grandmother. I just loved spending time with her. In the meantime, my dad's parents lived in South Bend, Indiana, which was about 6.5 hours from Columbus, where I was living. And my grandmother Genevieve, there on the left, developed Alzheimer's disease. My grandfather was 10 years older than she. He was her primary caregiver for a long time with help from us in various ways. For example, I helped him start dealing with incontinence. He had no clue. He was putting garbage bags down on the bed at night. And so I got pads and I got him, adult briefs and all the things that can be helpful with incontinence. He was amazing, really. He was a military man, and grandmother had always taken care of him. And he cussed every other word. He was quite a character. I adored him. He did the very best he could and really taught me a lot about how people can change and step up when they really need to. I also went over and checked on them. We would hire caregivers for them. I would go check and make sure they were okay. When they were in the hospital, I'd go, things like that. My dad flew over as much as he could, but you know how that is when you're so far away as a long distance caregiver. Dad eventually started managing their finances when granddaddy got to a point where he couldn't quite handle that. As you can see, I again was brought some joy to them. I put up the Christmas tree and I put on records on their old Victrola and we would dance and just had sort of a more involved care role than with my other grandmother, but my dad was the power of attorney and dealt with those kinds of things. Now, in the middle of all that, my poor dad, my poor mom had a stroke. She was only 63 years old. So daddy had his parents, his mother with Alzheimer's, and then my mom had the stroke. I had just started a new job and didn't have any leave. And people donated. The state of Ohio had a program where people could donate leave. So as caregivers, as you know, we all face terrible work issues many, many times, and getting enough leave and dealing with work. I was so fortunate because they had that program and I was able to go for 2 weeks and help get my mom into a good rehab. Again, this is the field I was working in, and I was also the youngest. I was not married, didn't have children. So it made sense for me to do that. But when I left, my other sister came and we took turns for a while as mom and dad struggled to kind of figure out what their new normal was going to be. Mom had aphasia. She, she knew what she wanted to say and couldn't get the words out. She had some apraxia. She had chronic pain on her right side, but she was not paralyzed. And she got a great deal of therapy, and she did amazingly well, but was never able to drive again, couldn't cook herself, and things like that. My dad finally retired after my grandparents passed away, and he was 72 when he retired. He did all the right things. He got involved in his 10th Mountain Division Veterans Group. You can see we went to one of the reunions and he got to put on the rucksack and carry the equipment that he actually carried back in World War II. And that meant so much to him. My parents traveled. We went to Scotland together. My dad exercised. He worked out with a trainer and he swam in the pool in their yard. We had family gatherings. My mom went almost everywhere with my dad. And he was her caregiver in many, many ways. And it was little things like putting on her earrings for her and fixing her hair and, things like that. But, having that overall responsibility for everything else, managing the finances and just managing everything certainly was a strain. So he did a lot of really good things to kind of counteract all that as a caregiver. But we noticed around the time about 10 years later, when my dad was in his early 80s, we started to notice some changes in him. And the thing we had been dreading, because his mother had Alzheimer's, it did happen. And my dad developed dementia as well. In the beginning, very, very mild symptoms. He would repeat the questions. He was clearly having trouble sometimes tracking things. He was still handling everyday things quite well, but I could tell that stress was hard on him. One time he went in his office when I was visiting there, and by this time I had moved to Washington, D.C. So I was traveling across the country every chance I could get, spending time with them, making sure, taking care of things as they were aging. And my dad would go in his office and try to say, I'm going to go pay the bills. And I went in an hour later and he had stacks of paper with Post-it notes on them saying, ask Amy. So there were a lot of things that he was starting to struggle with. What happened as well was my dad had glaucoma and his vision started being compromised. Some of his reflexes when he was driving didn't seem quite as good. So we really wanted him to stop driving. Before we actually asked him to stop driving, I quit my job at AARP as a full-time employee and became a consultant so I could have more flexibility to travel out there and take care of my parents. And it was, I did a lot of work because I could do it from home, which lots of people are doing now with the pandemic. But for me, that was a flexibility that I really needed at the time. So I set up an office in their house. This is the day that I got my office set up. And I think they were just so happy and relieved to know I was going to be around more. So I would go there every month for a week or two and work from there and help them out with things. But as I said, I started noticing things. They were eating a lot of Burger King. My dad had been the cook after mom's stroke, and he was getting hard for him, or he was tired of it, or, it's hard to tell whether he really could do and remember how to do the things he had been doing. And then, as I mentioned, we wanted him to stop driving. And that's kind of a game changer. Well, my dad said, we're going to move. We don't want to be stuck in this home. We have to go live in a senior community where there's transportation. And he had kind of been wanting to do that for a while because he was kind of tired of taking care of the house and everything. My mom had wanted to stay in the house. But that's what we did. I visited 12 facilities in the area. Thankfully, in the Phoenix area, there are a lot of options. Took them to 3 of them, and they chose one that was just 2 miles from their house. So we did what I call the big move and loaded things up on 2 men in a truck and set up their apartment. They had a 2-bedroom apartment in independent living, but there were services that could be added on. And of course, they had their evening meal, and I think they could have lunch as well. But we set it up as home, and I did my best to set up the apartment in as similar ways for their house so that Dad had less change. I knew the change was going to be harder for him with the dementia. He did amazingly well. It took him probably 2 months to find all the light switches and get into the routine of it, but he did, and he really transitioned amazingly. And Mom settled in really well too. They danced in the living room, and then I knew it was going to be okay, and that was home for them. And they'd lived in a lot of places during their marriage, and they adapted incredibly well and enjoyed the socialization they were getting at the senior community. Meanwhile, I have a life, and this is my boyfriend, Bill. He was a captain in the fire department in Baltimore County, Maryland. And so I at the point that my parents moved into the senior community, I moved into their house so I could be nearby and help manage things as they got older and needed more and more help. Leaving Bill behind in Baltimore County, I maintained an apartment in the Washington, D.C. area, actually where I am right now, because my work was primary back there. Aarp was my biggest client, and I had some other clients in the area. So I would travel back here and get to see him sometimes once a month. Sometimes it was several months without getting to see him. Around this time, this little guy joined our crew. This is Mr. Jackson, and he was my dad's service dog. He really looked after both mom and dad, as you can see in these images. He was with my dad's constant companion for 8 years. My dad got to a point where he had lots of anxiety. He was always wanting to know, what am I supposed to be doing next? What's happening? What am I supposed to be doing next? And with Jackson, as long as he had a hold of Jackson's leash, he felt more safe and secure, especially going out and leaving the home. They could walk around the senior community, and I would watch sometimes, and if dad went in the wrong building, Jackson hightailed him right back home to the right building. He was my partner in caregiving, and he became really my best friend too. And he was the one who was with me through the entire, mostly of the entire journey. My mom started having a lot of falls, and she fell and fractured her spine in 2 places. She had to have surgery, which she chose to have, even though it was a very risky surgery. And she did well with the surgery. And so they planned a second surgery. But in the meantime, she developed C. diff in the hospital, and she developed AFib. They got that treated, did the second surgery, sent her to rehab, and she had a heart attack, congestive heart failure, pneumonia, sepsis, urinary tract infection. Everything went crazy. So she went back in the hospital. We almost lost her then, but she pulled through. My mom looked so fragile, but she was so strong in so many ways, and she fought back. I was with her every day of those 40 days and nights, except for 5 nights. My sister came and spent the night at the hospital with her. And I wanted to be with her all the time because my mom had a communication disorder. She couldn't advocate for herself. And I can tell you that from that experience kind of gave me hospital PTSD. I have a hard time being in hospitals because the C. diff is very difficult. She would be screaming in pain, and I was trying to help her. I mean, I helped the techs and the nurses do everything with her. And I'm sure many of you have had similar experiences and traumas. But like I said, she went through therapy, went back to rehab there on the same campus where their apartment was, because it was a continuing care retirement community. So Daddy could walk over every day with Jackson. Jackson learned the route very quickly. And they would, visit with Mom. And I had to be there every day because the mistakes that were made, I could go on and on and on. Wrong medications, reactions to medications they were ignoring, all kinds of things like that. But my incredible mom learned to walk again and went back to their apartment. And nobody was happier than Mr. Jackson to have both of them in one place again. But 2 months later, my dad got sick. And in the meantime, I had been afraid to leave my mom alone because I was afraid she would fall again. So I was spending the night almost every night in their apartment, and I'm working full time the whole time through all of this. My dad developed a prostate inflammation issue, constantly go to the bathroom over the course of a weekend, and I could see he was getting increasingly anxious and a little more confused. And so I got him to the hospital, and it was quite an ordeal because one of the things that happened with Dad is if you tried to give him medication that calmed him down, it had the opposite effect. And so I told them not to give him the medication, and they gave it to him anyway during the night before I could get to the hospital. A doctor who wasn't even there, the nurse had called and had them give it to him, even though it was noted in the chart. So for 3 days, he was bouncing off the walls. We spent Christmas in the hospital that year. My sisters and I do our best to stay festive. My oldest sister was not able to travel and be with us that year, but these are me and 2 of my other sisters. And of course, Mr. Jackson got into the act too. Daddy did come home from the hospital right after Christmas. But he came home with a feeding tube because he had a flap in his esophagus called a Zenker's diverticulum, and he aspirated and got pneumonia. And the doctors convinced me that it was too risky, that it could happen again. He should have the feeding tube until he could get the throat surgery he needed. And looking back, I wouldn't have done it again. It was extremely hard for him. He couldn't understand that he was attached to that pole. It got clogged 4 times. We were back in the hospital with it 3 of those times. It was really hard and difficult to work with. And in the midst of that, we had a terrible family tragedy, and that my niece Shaylee, had bipolar disorder, and she lived there in Arizona. She was very close with my parents. She'd been working in the senior community where they lived, and we lost her to suicide at age 19. And it was extremely, extremely hard on my parents. Of course, we were all just floored, and I wanted to just go to bed and not get up for days on end, but I had to, because I had to take care of my parents. And my dad understood when I told him. He grasped who it was and what had happened, and he was very sad, and he went into comforting mode for me and Mom. And then by the next day, he didn't understand it at all, didn't know what we were talking about, and he never really did talk about Shaylee again. So the trauma of that affected, and often that happens with dementia. A trauma will kind of cause a downward slide and a plateau. But I had to get him surgery. So it, again, was 2 months. We got the surgery. He did incredibly well. Mr. Jackson oversaw his recovery. And he finally ate a full meal again. And that was the first time Mom and I actually, I think, really felt happy since my niece had died, just to see him. My dad loved to eat, I'm telling you. So it was really great to see him eat a good meal again. But in the meantime, I was paying for extra care for my mom. When I was with Dad in the hospital, I was still trying to work full time. And, it was just getting to be so much. I started paying people to be with my parents. Clearly, they needed 24/7 care at this point. And I knew something had to change. My dad was a veteran, as I mentioned, and he would not be eligible for aid and attendance benefits until we sold the farm in Ohio, because we had kept it all these years and my sister was living there. Very, very difficult to do. That land had been in our family a long time, and it had become a financial drain, and my parents needed the money for their care. So that was a very difficult step. But then we started getting some assistance. It took a year to get that aid and attendance benefit. So I moved Mom and Dad back in the house with me, and I could provide more of the care that way. I hired a live-in caregiver. And when I was out of town, I paid my sister from Ohio to come and kind of be me and provide some of the care as well. So we kind of developed a new system. My mom was very glad to be back in the house. My dad immediately didn't recognize anything. Whereas the week before, he had come for dinner and he knew where everything was and went outside and checked his orange tree and his lemon tree. But when they moved back in, it completely threw him off. So again, these changes and these traumas can really make a big difference. We did have no hospitalizations for a whole year. So that was, the best part of it. And in the meantime, my oldest sister, Karen, was becoming very ill. She had Cushing disease, and it's a tumor on your pituitary gland, which makes your body produce too much cortisol. And she became diabetic. It affected her heart, her skin, in multiple ways. And they had 2 surgeries to try to remove that tumor and never fully got it out. I had gone here in this picture. I was her power of attorney as well. She lived on the eastern shore of Maryland. And she had complications. I was there for the surgery. And I was starting to feel really, really stressed and pulled in so many different directions. We had Dad's 90th birthday. I had came back in town just in time. We had a celebration for him, went out for a really lovely dinner. And the next morning, my mom couldn't get out of bed. And she became very, very sick, very, very fast. She had a urinary tract infection, and it went septic the first day in the hospital. They came in and told me that she had in sepsis. And as I was sitting next to her, she coded, and I had to do not resuscitate in that hospital, but they rushed in with a crash cart and whisked her off to ICU, not asking me, I had no idea what was happening. It was happening so fast, and they intubated her. So she was in ICU. And of course, then I had to make that decision to remove that life support, which she didn't really want in the first place. So that was a lesson learned, and always have a copy of your DNR posted in the hospital room, posted at home. Make sure that you're prepared. I just didn't know she was that sick when we, at the time, and they had just told me she was septic. Well, she had overcome sepsis before. I just didn't get it. And I will say that it gave time for my sisters and my boyfriend to come so that we could they could be there when we said goodbye. But it was a very difficult thing to do. And it was so hard on my dad. He was with us at the hospital and didn't fully seem to know it was her. He kind of seemed to know it was her. It was really hard to tell. But once after that, he'd get up in the morning, say, "Where's Patricia? Where's my wife?" And he was with it enough still that I couldn't lie to him and say, "Oh, she'll be back later," over and over. I wasn't going to, sometimes, they talk about, I can't remember what the term is, but, you have to sometimes make things up to help people through these things. I did not do that. I wanted to give him the opportunity to grieve. And he did. And so, yes, he kept asking, but it got less and less. And then he would say, "Oh," as soon as he asked me, say, "Oh, I remember, she's not here anymore." And eventually he stopped asking. And every now and then he'd say, "I miss my wife." And Mr. Jackson was grieving too, but he did not leave. He was, as you can see, very concerned about my dad. But Dad also was still my daddy, and he would comfort me. And I was not afraid to show my emotions around him and show that I was sad or that I was overwhelmed. And he continued to have that role in his life. And I think that was a gift to him too, to be who he was. That was such a big part of his identity. We still had many joyful moments. Dad was a performer, so he continued with that.
There you got it.
Nice.
I started acupuncture for my dad. I had started acupuncture to help with my grief. And I asked the acupuncturist if she could work with someone who had dementia. She said she never had, but she would try. And she started with just using magnets instead of needles, and gradually worked up to very small needles. We continued it for about 5 years. And it made a huge difference for my dad. He would have a cognitive boost after his sessions. It helped a lot with the anxieties and what some people call agitation. I don't like that word, but it's anxiety. He would be nervous and anxious about things. And he responded incredibly well. They would give him a massage first, which really helped because Daddy loved massage, and he got a massage once a week for many, many years. A year after my mom died, I got a call that my sister had collapsed, and I flew to Maryland and found myself in the same position I had been in with my mom a year before. She was intubated. She did not have a DNR. She was only 62 years old. And we had to make that decision again to remove her life support, and she did not revive. So we lost her just a year after my mom. Being her power of attorney, I also managed her estate. So I had to empty her house out in the midst of still caring for my dad. It took about 6 months of trips to Maryland. She had a lot of stuff in her house. And when we finally sold it, it sold for less than was owed to the bank. And the bank refused to reimburse me the $5,000 or so that I had spent in keeping the house going, keeping the utilities on while we were emptying it out, taking care of the house, etc. So that was a financial loss, but it was a very difficult process, saying goodbye to my sister so young, and going through her things, and it was a lot of grief. We had lost 3 years in a row. We had lost family members. But Daddy was still there, and we had to spend a lot of time together.
Oh, we ain't
got a barrel of money. Maybe we're ragged and funny, but we'll travel alone, singing a song, side by side. Oh, we don't.
So I ask you to watch this.
Tomorrow.
You can see his affect is very flat. And you can see that he is, he's not singing all the words. He's singing some of them, but he's right in sync with me. He's right in the rhythm.
Just as long as we're together, it doesn't matter. That's right. Oh, we've all had our quarrels, and
so many people at this phase in dementia will have a hard time connecting with their loved ones because of the flat affect. If you didn't know,
singing a song, side by side, bum, diddly da dum, bop bop. Yay, Daddy!
So you can see that music was my greatest tool in caring for my dad. It became our constant companion. Again, I have training as a music therapist, but anyone can do this. You know, we used music. Singing a lot of times would distract him when he was getting anxious. It was a way to connect. You can see how closely connected we were in that. He was right in sync with me. We used it to motivate him to exercise. We used it to help him wake up gradually. We used it to get him going when he was, dragging. We used it to calm him when he had a shower. A million ways. And I have some videos on YouTube and some articles on the Aarp website about how I used music in these ways. In the meantime, Mr. Jackson was aging and developed several health problems. He had pancreatitis and inflammatory bowel disease, and he had cancer. So we had to say goodbye to Mr. Jackson in May of 2017. And it was very, very hard for Daddy and for me, because again, he had been kind of our constant companion. Mr. Jackson got the same care that everybody else in the family did. He had acupuncture. He had little doggy massage. I had him swim in my bathtub for physical therapy. We did everything we could to keep him pain-free. He had surgeries. He didn't want to leave Daddy, and Daddy didn't want him to leave him. And we did the best we could, but there came a point where he was in pain too much that it couldn't be managed. And we had to say goodbye. And again, saw Daddy have a big downturn when Mr. Jackson was gone. Much more sleeping, less connected with us, but he still loved to go for rides in the car. So I'd get him in the car and we'd go get a cake pop. We had many moments of joy as well. You just sometimes have to look at the joy in different ways. They're moments, not the big things as much. Then moments like this happen. This was after my dad's massage. I had someone come to the house. He had been doing massages since he retired. And again, I could see how it helped him so much. So I had someone come to the house and give him a massage once a week. And this was after his massage. And he hadn't been dancing with me for a long time at this point. And it was amazing. And the massage therapist grabbed his phone and videotaped us.
They seem to say, you have stolen my heart. Now don't go away. As we sing love's old sweet song on moonlight day. On moonlight day. Ba-da-da-da. Okay. Yay, Daddy.
Now there's a little smile there. I don't know if you caught it.
Thank you so much.
Then he just shrugs his shoulder. Oh, it's nothing. I knew what he was trying to say. So sometimes those words aren't coming out quite right, but he was just saying, oh, it was nothing. You know, that was something that was how he would have reacted always. So those things are gifts. Dad developed congestive heart failure and started out with oxygen at night and eventually had oxygen during the day as well. We lost my dad in June of 2018. He had developed seizures as well with his dementia. And there was one day when he had seizures all day long, and they were very petit mal seizures, very mild. He would look to the left, and sometimes he would have a little twitching, but he would be exhausted afterwards. And he wouldn't eat or drink, you know, for hours and hours. And when he had so many of them, and we had a feeling, you know, that it was happening. And I called my sister. My sister called my other sister who came from California, and we were all with him that night. But he died in his sleep. None of us were in the room when he passed. I got up and every 2 hours and checked and found that he had gone on. And it was devastating. You know, at this point, I'd cared for my dad for 10 or 12 years, you know, starting from the very beginning with mildest symptoms. And he was still a huge light. He was still a joy to be with in so many ways. And it was such an honor and a pleasure and a joy to care for him. Now, I want to share with you the book. Annie mentioned my book, Juggling Life, Work, and Caregiving. And I wrote it that way because that's kind of how it's been for me, trying to manage all these parts of my life, trying to have a life, do your work, and caring for multiple people at one time. It's a lot. And I know many of you are struggling in similar ways. So I want to share with you some of the things I've learned along the way. It's now been almost 4 years since Daddy died, and I still am struggling in some ways. Life after caregiving isn't always easy because we've been so intensely involved in the caregiving. Sure, there were certain things that, you know, it was kind of nice to be able to sleep at night and certain things, but mostly I missed him. And all the other grief that I had kind of felt but postponed somewhat because I was caring for my dad still, it all piled up at that point. So I've been dealing with that, and I've also been dealing with the financial fallout of it. You may have seen an article about me in the Wall Street Journal recently. I did end up in bankruptcy. And, you know, it's a very hard thing to talk about. I'm a caregiving expert. I did everything I could for my family, and I'm not a financial expert. And I wish I had had a financial planner working with me. I worked with my parents' financial planner on their finances and focused on that, but wasn't careful enough with my own finances. So that's one thing that I urge you in terms of lessons learned. Here are 3 of my 3 top tips. So the first thing is this what your to-do list looks like? Everything's on it? That's how mine always looks. Well, my first tip is that you have to build a team. I learned that I can do anything. I mean, I did things I never thought I could ever do, but I can. I can't do everything though. And that's a very different thing. It's not, you know, there are things I kept thinking I should be able to pull out of these financial strains, but I can't do everything. No one can do everything. So it helps to build a team, and that team are people who are going to fill the gaps. You have to be realistic about what people will and won't do. With my sisters, we each had different roles. And you have to accept that some people aren't going to do what you want them to do, but maybe we need to just accept what they're doing, because I often tell people, if you focus so much on being angry about what they're not doing, it's sucking your own energy and it's not helpful. So you try to get really practical and just focus on, okay, they will come and clean the house. Maybe they won't care for mom and dad hands-on, but they'll do that, or they'll send money, or they'll send food, or they'll, how, in what way can they contribute? My oldest sister, Karen, was very ill. She didn't have money. She lived across the country. And it was hard for her. She really wanted to help with my parents. And I said, why don't you call them every day? So she did that. She called them every single day. And she would, even when she was sick, she'd set her alarm to wake up and call mom and dad. And that made such a difference for my parents and for us as the caregivers. It gave us a little break. You have to think about where people are located, long distance, and what their budgets are. And you also have to have good communication with your team and show appreciation. Who's on the team? Well, if my team had only been family, it would have been a really, really small team. But my team consisted of all these people: friends, neighbors, the faith community, paid caregivers, respite programs, the VA, doctors, pharmacists. Mobile health care was a lifesaver for us. The lawyers, the educators, elder care mediators, social workers, case managers, the staff were in the facility where my parents lived for a while. All of the therapists. We had speech and physical therapy many times. I had an exercise guy who'd come in and exercise with my dad sometimes. Many people have meal delivery services or housekeeping. I had a house cleaner once a month, and that just lifted some of the burden for me. Yard care services, home repair and modification, chore services. My mom's hairstylist was like part of the family and would come to the house if we couldn't get her there, or would go pick her up and bring her to his salon every Friday if I was out of town and I couldn't take her. The support groups, caregiver support groups are part of your team. Social media groups, like online groups like Aarp has a Facebook group for caregivers. Again, I mentioned the VA, the Area Agencies on Aging, the Alzheimer's Association, all of the organizations. And Aarp is one of those organizations that's here to be a part of your team. When you look at this, you don't feel quite so alone. And everybody needs to build the biggest team they possibly can. Even the valet parking guy at the mall was part of our caregiving team, because it's hot in Arizona and you can't go walk around outside in the summer. So we would go to the mall and walk around, and he'd get the wheelchair out of the trunk, and he'd help with dad, and he'd help with mom, and help with Jackson. He was absolutely the sweetest guy, and we rely on him. There's also support for the caregiver as part of the team. And that includes things like running errands, people who watered my plants for me, who mowed the grass, friends who would come in and help me sort and organize the mail. I had a concierge named Debbie, who she helped me take my parents to the symphony one time because I just needed another set of hands. There are so many people who are willing to help. Many of them are uncomfortable helping directly with your loved ones, but they'll do stuff for you. And that does ease the stress and free up your time. So think about who can support you. There were so many people that helped with us. This little cafe where my parents always went, they were so kind to my parents, and they gave us all kinds of extra treatment because they knew my parents for so long. My nephews helped. My sister called every day, but she also sent my dad and mom greeting cards on a regular basis. My sister Susie helped me empty out my sister Karen's house, and she has a great sense of humor. So one day it was pouring rain while we were doing it, and we wore garbage bags. Sometimes humor is what gets you through. My boyfriend came and took the garage, which looked like this, and turned it into that. He also came and put a heater in the bathroom for my dad's, which made showers so much easier for him. And he would help out, but he came out 2 or 3 times a year and helped out with things there. I mentioned organizations. The VA, if you're caring for a veteran, absolutely look into the supports. They were game changers for us. We had mobile x-rays and mobile swallow tests and mobile lab tests. All these things are available to come to the home in many, many areas now. So I really urge you to look into that option. We had the VA sent ramps. So these guys from the mobility specialists, they were all veterans who worked for the organization, and they put together these amazing ramps for us so that, Daddy could walk in and out of the house, the front yard, the backyard, and also in the garage there where we went to the car. There's also organizations like the American Heart Association has lots of great information, the Diabetes Association, Alzheimer's Association, Alzheimer's Foundation, and AARP. So I want to encourage you to look at all of us as part of your team. And AARP has a lot of great resources for you. I want to go through these really quickly. You're going to get a handout with all these links, and someone is going to be posting some of these links in the chat so you can click on them. But don't worry, because you're going to be able to get access to all of these. We have a really robust caregiving site. I write a column there. We have a lawyer who writes a column. We have a psychiatrist who writes a column. And we have all kinds of very helpful and practical information. It's also available in Spanish. And we also have these free family caregiving guides that you can either order a print copy or you can download them at aarp.org/prepare-to-care. We have a financial workbook. This is a newer resource, and it's really a very practical with checklists and a big help. I wish that I'd had this along my caregiving journey. We have AARP books, including my book, Juggling Life, Work, and Caregiving. We have videos that help you everything from learning how to manage incontinence to dealing with special diets and mobility, using walkers, how to transfer someone, a lot of really helpful medical and nursing tasks that family caregivers are doing, as well as videos on our YouTube channel. And we have webinars, learning webinars for caregivers, and a virtual community center with all kinds of activities that you can actually do with the loved ones you're caring for, sometimes like exercise classes and things like that. We have AARP Friendly Voice, which you can sign up to have your loved one get just a friendly phone call from a volunteer, just a new voice to say hi and how are you doing today, and just talk for a while. We have a whole lot of veteran support, so check that out at aarp.org/veterans if you're caring for a veteran or if you are a veteran. And we also have a great deal of information on brain health. AARP is putting a lot of effort into the Global Council on Brain Health and addressing the issues of dementia. We also have a Facebook group on that's called AARP Family Caregivers Discussion Group. It's on Facebook. I moderate the group. We have almost 9,000 members right now, so I urge you to join the group. I'm in there every day. You can ask questions, you can vent, you can share your triumphs. It's an incredibly supportive community. We also have local level resources. The Community Resource Finder helps you find things in your local area. And then we also have a state and local level resource guides. AARP Rhode Island has a guide. It's just aarp.org/RI caregivers. RI caregiving. And it gives you state specific and local information about really important supports that you have in your community. AARP Rhode Island is fighting for you, and they're addressing the high cost of prescription drugs. They're looking at the lack of affordable accessible housing, and they're supporting accessory dwelling units. They're looking at long-term services and supports, and supporting paid family leave as well. So if you have an issue that you're concerned about, let AARP Rhode Island know, and also lend your voice. Let your members of Congress know that you are really important, both your state legislators and your legislators at the federal level. AARP is endorsing the Bipartisan Credit for Caring Act, which would be a new non-refundable tax credit for family caregivers. So we're trying to find multiple ways to help out and to support family caregivers, as both financially and practical ways, connecting you with resources at the local level. We are part of your team, and I hope you feel that it's like a safety net with all of these organizations and all of these folks behind you. Now, quickly, I want to tell you 2 more tips because I think I'm going over my time. We got a little bit of a late start. And the second tip is you've got to keep filling your tank. Taking care of yourself when you're caregiving is really the hardest thing because we're so focused on everyone else. And what I had this incident where I went to the gas station on empty. You know, you're driving in and you're on fumes and you're thinking, please don't let me break down before I get to the gas station. I had that experience while I was caregiving for all those people. And thankfully I made it, filled the car up with gas. And as I drove away, I thought, you know, it's funny, the car runs better on a full tank of gas. Well, duh, right? But it does. Pay attention next time you fill your gas tank. You'll see like the car actually does kind of run better than when you're right on, don't have much in your tank. And that was my aha moment. I thought, that's how I'm going to look at taking care of myself. It's not a one-time pull down the oxygen tank, the plane's going down. You may have heard that analogy. This is an everyday thing that we have to keep filling our tanks. And there are multiple ways to do it. I just want you to know it's not selfish to do so. It's just practical. The car won't run without gas. We won't run without having our internal tanks filled, both physically, emotionally, and mentally. So I find 4 ways to fill my tank. And someday I'll come back and talk to you in more detail about these. But quick things are mostly what you can do when you're caregiving. It might be just going on Facebook really quick, or calling a friend, or singing a song, or hugging the loved one, or petting the dog, or having fresh flowers in the house. Getting a good cup of coffee or tea is always a good one for me. Premium fill-ups are things like what you're doing right now, watching this presentation. Taking a class. I did Pilates once a week. That was my thing for myself. It might be that you're a golfer and you got to get 1 round of golf in now and then. Getting a massage, getting a manicure. Tune-ups are a break from caregiving, and these are the hardest type to get. It may be that you get a break for 2 hours, and maybe a break you get for a weekend. I recommend getting a total of 2 weeks a year if you can, but that can be hard, I know. So just try to have times when you're not thinking about being responsible for anybody. It's just a break that we need mentally and physically. And then you have to have routine maintenance, just like for your car. You have to sleep well and eat healthy food and exercise and go to your doctor's appointments. And, what your routine maintenance is. Some of us have certain things that are kind of deal breakers for us. For me, sleep. If I don't get good sleep, I cannot function. So I made that as high a priority as I could. And sure, there were crisis times when I didn't get as much sleep, but I did the best I could to get adequate, good quality sleep. These are some of the ways that I filled my tank and filled my tank with my loved ones. We can't always do it. We can't always take care of ourselves when we're away from our loved ones. It's just not practical. So we have to do things while we're caregiving that fill us up. And I find that joy fills us up more than anything else. Joy is our greatest survival skill. So create those moments of joy. Notice those little moments of joy, and consciously experience them so they can fill you up. Third tip is to monitor your mindset. And I believe this is perhaps the most important one. We see people go through caregiving experiences. They may have similar experiences, but they experience it differently because of their mindset, and they come through it differently. Buddha said that your thoughts build your life. So what you're thinking is really what shapes your experience. One way to look at this is to be aware. Okay, where am I coming from? One time I had the lab had messed up my mom's labs, and I was really angry because it was hard to get her urine samples and do all those things. You know how that is, and get it to the lab and do all of that. And they had messed it up and had to do it over again. And I found myself yelling at the woman on the phone, and she put me on hold, and I said, what is wrong with me? Why am I acting this way? This isn't who I am. And I realized I was afraid. I was afraid my mom was going to get sick or get sicker. And so I calmed down and thought, how can I come from love in this situation? Well, we solved the problem. We just took care of it and kept moving forward. So try to be aware where you're coming from. A lot of times we're operating from fatigue. We're exhausted. And that is a really important thing to be aware of. Value what you do. What you're doing is important, and no one else is going to value it if you don't. So really feel good about what you do. Choose to be adaptable and flexible and positive. It's a choice every day, multiple times a day sometimes, to go that route. But if you make the effort to consciously make that choice, you're going to have a different mindset and you're going to experience it differently. I try to focus on what they can do, what I can do, what we can do together, rather than what we can't do. So for example, I can control my attitude. I can't control everything else. I can't be in control of everything. I can be a strong advocate for my loved ones, but I can't fix everything. I can be there for the duration. I'm never going to go away. I realized with my parents, that's success. I'm not going to leave them. But I can't stop aging, and I can't cure every disease by myself. I can get help. I can build a team. I can adjust the goals if they're not working, but I can't do everything. Like I said, I can do anything, but I can't do everything. I can accept the way things are, and accept what my other team members will do, and release that resentment, but I can't change them. I can't change another human being. I can have peace of mind and know that I'm doing the very best I can do. I'm not going to please everyone, but I know in my heart that I did the very best I could do. And I can be resilient. I can bounce back, but I'm not superhuman. I can't take it and take it and take it and without having physical effects and that type of thing. I can't do everything, but I can, sometimes we're going to get knocked down, but you get back up. And I always try to remember why I was doing this. Now, people do it for different reasons. For some people, it's a sense of duty. For some people, it's love. Whatever your reason is, remember that you're choosing to do that. Everything we do is a choice. So when someone says, well, I didn't have a choice, nobody else would do it, that's not true. I've worked in this field for many years, and I've seen many people who have nobody looking out for them. And it's not because they don't have family. It's because someone hasn't chosen to play that role. And that helps us get out of victim mode. When you're feeling a victim of, I have to do this, and your whole mindset is very different. So give yourself credit for choosing to be there. You're not perfect. I'm not perfect. We don't have to be the perfect caregiver, but we're there and we're doing our best. That's what success is, just being there. It's all the little things that you do every day. They add up. And I know that if I can just be there, I'm going to get knocked down, but I'm going to get back up, and I'm just going to be with them on this journey. And that's the one thing I knew I could promise my parents and my sister. That waves will come along and knock you down, but you get back up, and eventually you kind of learn to ride those waves. And I know many of you know what I'm talking about. If the dogs can do it, you can do it, right? And you just learn how to go with it. Despite the challenges and the heartbreak, the incredible stress, the grief, the vast majority of family caregivers look back and say it's been a positive experience overall. So why is that? As you're going through your caregiving day, think, what am I going to feel good about when I look back? And do more of those things. I want to end with a little advice from my daddy. And again, I apologize for going a little over my time, but I think you want to hear this.
Keep cool, but don't freeze.
All right, Dad.
Okay?
Yep.
And enjoy it. Do it when you're trying to work, or do it. Fine. Enjoy it and do it. That's it. Don't fight it at all.
You
give it your best shot. Lots of people do. And lots of people don't.
That's
You
true.
hang in there.
And the one other thing.
And we, as a group,
Mm-hmm.
as far as I'm concerned, we are groups of good. Period. Whether it works out a little bit or not. The way it works out, the way it works out. The way it is.
Yep.
And do it your best shot. Okay?
Okay. You always told me don't fight the problem.
Okay, everybody agreed?
Everybody's agreed.
All right. And here's to it to everyone.
And here's to all of you. Thank you for what you're doing, whether you're supporting family caregivers or you are a family caregiver or you've been a family caregiver. Thank you. Thank you. I see you. I hear you. You choose to do this. And I'm so proud of you. And I'm so grateful for what you're doing and making a difference in this world. So I'm at this point going to stop sharing. Annie, I'm sorry, I'm gone over my time.
You are absolutely fine. We do have a little bit of time. So I'm hoping that, but I just want to say from the bottom of my heart as a caregiver as well, that you are inspiring. And I think, like myself, we've both had multiple family members that we have had to care for. at the same time, and being, you know, a long distance caregiver as well. I understand. And so, you know, I just, you know, I was thinking back and just kind of listening to your whole presentation. But, you know, one of the things I just want to say is that the hope and the resilience and the joy that you are able to sort of show and maintain. And I'm sure not every one of those moments in those days was as joyful as they were. But can you talk about just a little bit more about, you know, how you were able to sort of maintain, you know, that energy and the power, you know, because you had so many multiple, you know, different experiences that you were going through, and family members, you know, with their, you know, their conditions. So,
yes. I think that when I talked about filling my tank, I really think that is part of why I was able to do that, because you can't, you know, there's a lot of analogies. You can't pour water from an empty cup. You know, there's all of that. And if I didn't keep having something that kind of gave me a lift, how could I give somebody else a lift? I do think I inherited my dad's optimism, and that helps me. It was, you know, I do look back and I think, how did I do this? I do. I look back now and I think, but in the time, I was just going. I think, you know, I recognized very early on what a difference joy made. As a music therapist, I was trained to be very observant of people, and I could see what lit my parents' faces up, what helped them connect more, what, you know, I could see those things. And so I really made an effort to consciously create joy. And I have two videos that you can find online. One is about noticing joy and one's about creating joy. And I think you have to do both. You know, you have to be able to notice that, you know, like I always think of when I would help mom get in bed at night, and my mom always pulled her covers right up to her chin and laid there, and she never moved all night. And she was just so sweet and in there. And I'd say, Mom, you look so cute. And I'd give her a kiss on her cheek, and she'd just smile. And I knew she felt safe and secure. And that just gave me so much joy. And I could easily have just missed that completely because I was going on to clean the bathroom or do whatever, you know, the next task. So taking the time to notice those everyday joys, to have fresh flowers in the vase, because we started that because it made my mom happy. And then I continued it after she died because it reminded me of her and it gave me joy. And I saw how it filled me up too. But you also have to create joy. You have to create those opportunities. And I think with dementia, that's one of the harder things. As the dementia progresses, it's harder and harder to find things that could make my dad smile, make my dad connect. So I had to also adjust what was giving him joy, and knowing that, like that song that I showed you, the recording side by side, where he didn't have a smile on his face, you know, and my dad was a big, smiley, wonderful guy. And, but he felt close to me. He was connecting. He was right in sync with me. And, you know, by singing that song with him, I was creating joy for him and thereby creating joy for me. That's a small example, the little things that you can do. But I also went to great effort. We had fun Friday adventures before my mom died. Every Friday she'd get her hair done, and then we'd go out to eat, or we'd go to the mall, or we'd take a drive, or just anything, you know, to feel like this is our adventure day. So sometimes those things take a lot of effort. And sometimes they can be as much more simple as, I'm going to make a pitcher of iced tea. Let's all sit down and have an iced tea. You know, they can be simple things as well.
No, that's, absolutely, and I think one of our registrants, she says, it's about making lemonade. And I think that's just a great, finding those moments of joy that you can. And then, sometimes they come very easily. And then other times we have to, make that conscious, decision that we're going to, look and find those types of moments of joy that we can bring joy into our life. And, the other thing too, that I just was very impressed with, it was that, when you created, who was your team? And I think so many times that our families don't recognize all those individuals who have who can participate in our caregiving journey, and that we're not mindful about, and we don't appreciate. So
Yes, yeah. When I first went to Arizona, I felt so alone because most of my support system was in the DC area, my friends and everything, my boyfriend. And I had one sister. My one sister was living there, but she had my niece who had special needs and was very caught up in that. And she helped out as much as she could at the time, but I felt pretty alone in it. And that's when I got my concierge, and I could pay Debbie $12 an hour, and 2 hours of Debbie was like 20 hours of somebody else. Like, she would just get things done. And whether it was reorganizing a closet or running errands for me or checking on my parents when I was out of town. But then, I started really, the hairstylist, the grocery store where my parents had shopped for 30 years. 2 of the clerks volunteered to go check on him when I was out of town and bring him any groceries they needed. Like, that's amazing, right? And so the more that I kind of broadened my view of the team, and especially as Alzheimer's progressed, the team got bigger, it got broader, and we eventually had the VA, and I really didn't feel so alone,
And that is, absolutely crucial, because I think so many of our families do feel alone, and they do. And they feel, one of the things you touched upon earlier in your talk was how, many of our families feel like I'm the only one who can take care of my loved one. And, we need to kind of let go of that belief that, we're the only ones, and that, that person, that we're caring for can get joy and care from someone. It may not be exactly how we want them to be done, but, that person is caring for them. They're enjoying that time with that individual. And it's giving us time for ourselves.
Yes. I mean, it is really hard. I think that's one of the hardest things for me was putting, especially my parents, in someone else's care for periods of time. I remember one morning, it was after Mom had died, and I was really Dad's touch point. And later, my sister from Ohio moved, and I didn't mention this, but she moved, and then her sons moved, and all lived with us for a year, which was pretty hectic, and it was tough. But then the house next door came open for rent, so they moved in next door. And so my sister then, and so they, I want to say that was the last 2 years of Dad's life, maybe 3, no longer than that. Yeah, maybe four years or so. And so my sister and I were his, Mom had been his North Star, and we became his North Stars. And so it was very hard leaving him. And I had some paid caregivers as well. And, we had quite a jigsaw puzzle of care I put together. But one morning I had to go to my office. I had rented an office when my parents moved back in with me because I couldn't work in the home. And Dad, I said, Dad, I'm going to work, and he was like, oh, I wish you wouldn't go. Please stay here with me. And it was just heartbreaking for me because that wasn't normal for him. He didn't do that all the time. And so I sat down and spent some more time with him. And it still makes me cry to think about, how he felt. And I just, I talked to him until he felt better and said I'd be back for dinner and, all of that. And I got the caregiver doing something with him. But that is hard. It's hard to entrust. No one else is going to do it like we do it, but they can do good enough often.
So I just, I definitely can honor the joy that you had with your wonderful furry friend. And I know that, pets and can be such a, inspiration, and be such a gift for, our loved ones, that they're part of our family. So, I just thank you for sharing so much about your furry friend. So,
Mr. Sweet. Jackson was amazing. And we were fortunate to have him trained as a service dog. So he could go everywhere with my dad, because that was the key thing was, especially leaving the house became very difficult for Dad. He would become extremely anxious. And as long as Mr. Jackson was with him. And it also gave me peace of mind to know, before they moved back in the house with us, I wasn't there with him all the time. And Dad was still pretty high functioning, but he could get lost, and Mr. Jackson always made sure he was okay. So yeah, it was a wonderful gift. But as you say, many people have pets, and many people tell me about their robotic pets and their loved ones who become very, loved ones with dementia who become very, very close with those robotic pets, and they serve a wonderful purpose for them.
Yeah, we're very fortunate here in Rhode Island that we actually have one of the inventors of some of the mechanical.
Oh, do you?
Yeah, so we're really excited about that. Music is also, just one of my big joys. And, I see that with your training as a musical therapist, that your whole family loved, music, and you just found so many reasons to use music with the care of your dad. Can you talk just a little bit more about that?
Right. So music therapy is the use of music as a tool to achieve non-musical goals. And music therapists are trained. We have quite a rigorous, it's a college degree. You can get a master's degree. We have to do internships and everything. So if you're not a trained music therapist, you can't do music therapy. But music can be a great tool for all caregivers to use. So if you have access to a music therapist, by all means, try that. And there are many private practice music therapists now who will come to your home and do individual sessions and that type of thing with your loved ones. But you, as I said, can use music, kind of develop your own playlists. I did get smart speakers by the end of the caregiving journey with Daddy. And I absolutely loved them because I could say, I have one in the room here, so I'm not going to say that A word, but the name that you can get, like you can say, okay, I'll say, Alexa, play classical music. And she will start playing I don't know if you can hear that, but she's starting to play classical music. But I could do that. And it was wonderful for my dad because it was an atmosphere thing for him. Now, again, my dad was very musical, and it may be that he reacted even more. But remember, I worked in adult daycare and nursing homes, and everyone in those, very few people didn't respond to music. And one of the reasons music is good with dementia is because your brain processes music differently. It uses both sides of this is a really simplified explanation, but it uses both sides of the brain. And so there's more to be used. It doesn't just like language is just one part of the brain. And so it's a person with dementia who has brain damage has an advantage with music. And that's one of the reasons it can be really helpful. It's why you might have heard of melodic intonation therapy, where like when my mom had their stroke, she was trying to learn to talk again, and she would sing because, again, that was engaging the brain in a different way. So there's so many different ways for using music. And again, I would use something really calming. My dad did not wake up well. So we would start with something classical, like I'm playing now with him as he was waking up. And then I gradually pep it up to the point where we wanted him. And that's a music therapy technique that, I'd go from the classical to some show tunes because he liked the show music. And then I'd go to some more peppy dance 1940s music. And that kind of, by that time, he was able to get out of bed, and then after his shower, when he was tired and he'd be resting, I would play, music. And he had headphones. My dad, you may have noticed my dad had headphones on in all those pictures. He was hearing impaired, but couldn't handle the hearing aid. So it was called a pocket talker. It's just a microphone clipped to his pocket with the headphones. And we would clip that to an iPod or to the TV, where we played music on the TV with headphones. And that often is really helpful with people when they don't seem to respond to it in the room. It zeroes it in more. It's easier for the brain to take in. So you can always try headphones as well. And I can remember, and truly it helped me too. because sometimes I'd play the music for me. I remember one time, it was in the summertime and it gets very hot in Arizona, and it was Dad was having a rough day. He was just, didn't want to do anything. And so I started playing Christmas music because it was so hot and I was getting depressed that he was having such a hard day, and it changed both his mood and my mood immediately. We both started singing the Christmas carols. He was in a great mood then, and I felt in a better mood. So, every now and then I just played Christmas music.
That's amazing. Yeah, music is such a powerful thing. We're kind of for us going to be wrapping up, but I just wanted to let you know about some of the kind of sort of the private chat comments about you being with us today. But again, so many people just saying thank you so much for sharing your journey with us today. And I don't know if you knew this, but yesterday at our conference, we actually were able to give away 50 copies of your book. And one of our attendees yesterday just says, thank you so much for this really valuable resource. Enjoying reading it. So,
good.
Yeah. So
good. I hope you find it helpful. All of you who got books, I hope you find it helpful. And you can find the books from the AARP website or on Amazon as well.
Yeah, that's wonderful. So,
yeah.
I
was just going to say, be sure to look at all of the free resources too on the AARP website, because we have some really great resources there too.
And we'll be sharing those, in the coming days. We'll be sharing that full list of all the resources that Amy is talking about. And we'll be sharing Amy's PowerPoint, her slides with you, so you can be mindful of some of the wonderful suggestions that she's had during this time with us today. So Amy, on the bottom of my heart and from, in honor of the Alzheimer's Association Rhode Island chapter, we just want to thank you so much for being with us today. It's a great pleasure of mine to have this conversation with you today. And, we just encourage everybody to, go to AARP, look at all the resources that Amy's talking about. And, we just hope you have a beautiful day, and just thank you so much for, giving your heart to our caregivers throughout the country. So blessings.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much for the opportunity, and sending you all a big hug.
So good. So just for the next 15 or 20 minutes, we are going to be taking about a 13-minute break. And we'll see you all back here at 11:45, where we'll be having our next presentation titled Managing Money, A Caregiver's Guide to Finances with Josh Shroka. We'll see you in just a few minutes.
Hi, I'm Victoria Parker from the Alzheimer's Disease and Related Disorders program at the Rhode Island Department of Health. Our mission is to reduce the health and economic burden of dementia by monitoring the state's latest data, educating people and their families on prevention, diagnosis, and treatment, and improve the quality of care and support for people with Alzheimer's disease and related disorders. Thank you for being with us at the 11th Annual Caregiver Journey Conference. The Rhode Island Department of Health is thrilled to be a sponsor.
I'm Phil Clark, the director of the Rhode Island Geriatric Education Center based at the University of Rhode Island. We're a center that collaborates with clinical partners and community-based organizations to provide geriatric education to providers, students, and other trainees across the region. In our work, we are pleased to emphasize education on Alzheimer's disease and other dementias, and we are proud to be sponsoring this conference.
Hi, I'm Victoria Parker from the Alzheimer's Disease and Related Disorders program at the Rhode Island Department of Health. Our mission is to reduce the health and economic burden of dementia by monitoring the state's latest data, educating people and their families on prevention, diagnosis, and treatment, and improve the quality of care and support for people with Alzheimer's disease and related disorders. Thank you for being with us at the 11th Annual Caregiver Journey Conference. The Rhode Island Department of Health is thrilled to be a sponsor.
I'm Phil Clark, the director of the Rhode Island Geriatric Education Center based at the University of Rhode Island. We're a center that collaborates with clinical partners and community-based organizations to provide geriatric education to providers, students, and other trainees across the region. In our work, we are pleased to emphasize education on Alzheimer's disease and other dementias, and we are proud to be sponsoring this conference.
Hi, I'm Victoria Parker from the Alzheimer's Disease and Related Disorders program at the Rhode Island Department of Health. Our mission is to reduce the health and economic burden of dementia by monitoring the state's latest data, educating people and their families on prevention, diagnosis, and treatment, and improve the quality of care and support for people with Alzheimer's disease and related disorders. Thank you for being with us at the 11th Annual Caregiver Journey Conference. The Rhode Island Department of Health is thrilled to be a sponsor.
I'm Phil Clark, the director of the Rhode Island Geriatric Education Center based at the University of Rhode Island. We're a center that collaborates with clinical partners and community-based organizations to provide geriatric education to providers, students, and other trainees across the region. In our work, we are pleased to emphasize education on Alzheimer's disease and other dementias, and we are proud to be sponsoring this conference.
Hi, I'm Victoria Parker from the Alzheimer's Disease and Related Disorders program at the Rhode Island Department of Health. Our mission is to reduce the health and economic burden of dementia by monitoring the state's latest data, educating people and their families on prevention, diagnosis, and treatment, and improve the quality of care and support for people with Alzheimer's disease and related disorders. Thank you for being with us at the 11th Annual Caregiver Journey Conference. The Rhode Island Department of Health is thrilled to be a sponsor.
I'm Phil Clark, the director of the Rhode Island Geriatric Education Center based at the University of Rhode Island. We're a center that collaborates with clinical partners and community-based organizations to provide geriatric education to providers, students, and other trainees across the region. In our work, we are pleased to emphasize education on Alzheimer's disease and other dementias, and we are proud to be sponsoring this conference.
Hi, I'm Victoria Parker from the Alzheimer's Disease and Related Disorders program at the Rhode Island Department of Health. Our mission is to reduce the health and economic burden of dementia by monitoring the state's latest data, educating people and their families on prevention, diagnosis, and treatment, and improve the quality of care and support for people with Alzheimer's disease and related disorders. Thank you for being with us at the 11th Annual Caregiver Journey Conference. The Rhode Island Department of Health is thrilled to be a sponsor.
I'm Phil Clark, the director of the Rhode Island Geriatric Education Center based at the University of Rhode Island. We're a center that collaborates with clinical partners and community-based organizations to provide geriatric education to providers, students, and other trainees across the region. In our work, we are pleased to emphasize education on Alzheimer's disease and other dementias, and we are proud to be sponsoring this conference.
Welcome back, everybody. Welcome to the virtual version of the 11th Annual Caregivers Journey Conference. Right now, I'm going to be introducing our next presenter. And this program is called Managing Money, A Caregiver's Guide to Finances. I'd like to introduce our speaker today, Josh Shroka, who is a native Rhode Islander and currently resides in Southern Rhode Island with his wife, Sherry, and his 4 children. He received his law degree from Roger Williams University, his bachelor's degree from Clark University, and is admitted in the practice of law in Connecticut, Massachusetts, and Rhode Island, and as well as the United States District Court of Rhode Island. I mean, of the United States District Court here, right here in Rhode Island. Josh is also a volunteer community educator for the Alzheimer's Association, and he is presenting today for the first time the Alzheimer's Association's newest core program, which he will be sharing with you this morning. Josh, good morning and welcome.
Good morning. Good morning. You hear me okay?
Absolutely.
Fantastic. Fantastic. Well, thank you for that intro. I appreciate that. And thank
Absolutely.
you for having me. Just want to make sure we're all set to go on your end with everything.
Yep, everything looks great, Josh.
All right. And Ben's ready to go as far as slides and advancing?
Absolutely.
All right. Fantastic. Well, let me start out by welcoming everyone here. I am, again, Joshua Shroka. I'm an attorney, elder law attorney located in South Kingstown, Rhode Island, office actually in Wakefield. And I'm here to present this next section called Managing Money, a Caregiver's Guide to Finances. So this is an Alzheimer's Association education program. And, of course, I'm here as a community educator. You do know that I'm sure that the Rhode Island chapter of Alzheimer's Association is located at 245 West Waterman Street in Providence, Rhode Island. And of course, they can be reached at alz.org/RI. So this program is designed for people who provide care for someone living with Alzheimer's, another dementia, or even any chronic illness. Throughout today's program, you're going to see videos from dementia care experts as well as real caregivers. We'll also go through a number of activities that will help you create a financial plan. You'll find these activities along with the participant's guide with all of the slides from today's presentation in your handouts. In today's program, you're going to see some general information on legal, financial, and medical issues. It is important to note, we want to stress this, that the information is not meant to take place of financial advice. We do encourage you to seek the advice of legal, financial, medical personnel before you act on any of the information in the program today. Laws change from state to state, and not only that, they change constantly. So it's always good to check in with those professionals and experts on that stuff before taking a dive into a lot of this stuff. One little piece of housekeeping here is before we will get started, the Alzheimer's Association would like to acknowledge and thank the following organizations for participating in the steering committee that assisted in developing today's program. Those steering committee members offered their expertise before, certainly, and during, and really after the program creation, reviewing all the materials presented today and making sure that everything is accurate and inclusive. So we really do appreciate their valuable support. So our goal for today is to give you the information so that by the end of today's program, you will be able to describe how caregiving affects finances. List the legal and financial documents that caregivers should have in place. Prepare useful discussions about financial decisions and planning. Importantly, to identify steps to lower the chances of financial abuse or fraud. And then begin to create a backup plan in the event that you as the caregiver may not be able to provide that type of care that you want to do on a consistent basis. We all have families and lives that we're trying to juggle as well. So to have that backup plan is always a very good idea. So, and one more thing before we get started, I'm going to be using a few key phrases and terms today, and we'll just kind of review those. Some may be a little more self-explanatory than others, but I figure let's just run through those two, if you will. So the word caregiver, so that's going to describe a family member, friend, or legal guardian who supports somebody with their health needs and well-being. Caregiving often includes assistance with activities of daily living, for instance, bathing and dressing. They can also include activities like paying bills, shopping, or managing money. Some of you may also hear or prefer the term care partner, which is often used to describe someone who supports a person living with Alzheimer's in maybe the early stages of the disease, when the person might be able to do most of the activities with little to no help. For example, they may pay their own bills or take care of their money, but they may still benefit from the help of a family member or friend. The word finances, will, of course, that's going to refer to money and, most important, things that actually are worth money, right? So other assets as well. So it's going to include household cash flow, bank accounts, credit cards, loans, insurance policies, maybe retirement plans, things of that nature. Financial literacy, well, that means understanding how to manage money, such as handling the day-to-day expenses, how to plan for the future. It's really the ability to make those informed decisions and effective decisions about money. Before we begin, are there any questions before we jump in? We're ready to go. So one thing, so to start out with, the cost of caregiving, our financial decisions and actions can have a significant impact on our lives, both now and in the future. Financial literacy is especially important for caregivers, no matter which illness the person they care for is living with, because it really provides them with the knowledge and the skills needed to better support themselves and others. So just to quiz you guys a little bit right here, we have a question for you, and don't worry, I'm not going to call on anybody for an answer on this. So just ask a question here. So next slide, please, will give us our question. I want to check your knowledge here. And actually, if you're so inclined, you may put your answer in the comment section if you're so inclined to do so. But so the question here is, what percentage of caregivers do you think have out-of-pocket costs as a result of caregiving? So we have 4 choices there: 47%, 67%, 78%, and 95%. So I'll give you a couple seconds to think about that. And the correct answer on this actually is 78%, which is probably a bit of a surprise for most of us. According to an AARP report, more than 3/4 of caregivers have out-of-pocket costs as a result of caregiving. So this can include household expenses like maybe helping make mortgage payments or helping out with home modifications for access in the home, medical expenses like co-payments, medical equipment, and certainly travel to doctor's offices, for appointments and stuff like that. Certainly gas is not cheap, right? So that can add up quicker than people realize. So caregiving can impact the finances in a number of ways. Because the intensive amount of time that people spend providing care, caregiving may affect that person's employment. Many caregivers will end up maybe cutting their hours, taking time off, maybe retiring early, or even quitting their jobs. Okay? And these decisions can mean lost income, more debt, maybe difficulty saving for their own retirement or cutting back on their own costs, which makes things, it's an added layer of things to deal with. And many people just don't realize how expensive it can be to take care of others. So we have a video here that we want to show just to give us a real life example of that.
So some of the sacrifices I've had to make financially due to having to care for my mom were things like paying for some of her care, doctor visits in some cases, clothing, to try to limit the spend down of her money. So I supplemented where I could. and then retired early, which impacted my income to continue to care for her, and then looking into getting a part-time job to supplement her memory care, facility care.
So not only do we have those financial concerns, but there also can be an impact on that caregiver's own health due to the high levels of burden, just exhaustion, and even the uncertainty and stress. Okay. A lot of times caregivers may put off taking care of their own needs by skipping medical appointments, not getting enough sleep, ignoring symptoms of physical or mental health conditions. When caregivers don't take care of themselves, their own health can get worse, and that's only going to lead to additional medical expenses. So how does Alzheimer's disease affect the finances? So jumping right in, every illness brings different medical, emotional, and financial challenges for a caregiver. But caring for a person with Alzheimer's or another dementia can be particularly expensive. I'm going to test you guys again on your knowledge, so we're going to take a moment and we're going to go to the next question here. So it's true or false? And again, not going to pick on anybody, so don't worry. So do you think that Alzheimer's is a normal part of the aging process? True or false? So the answer to this is false. Alzheimer's is a progressive and fatal brain disease. Symptoms usually develop slowly and get worse over time, becoming severe enough to affect daily tasks. While the greatest known risk for Alzheimer's is increasing age, the disease is not normally a normal part of aging. Most individuals with the disease are 65 and older. After age 65, the risk of developing Alzheimer's doubles every 5 years. And after 85, the risk is about 1 in 3. So we'll test your knowledge again. We'll jump over to another question here. And the next question is, true or false, Alzheimer only affects a person's memory? A couple seconds to think about that one. So this one is also false. Alzheimer's impacts a person's memory, their thinking, and their behavior. It also affects their ability to manage money. In fact, studies show that trouble managing bills and other financial problems can sometimes be an early sign of dementia. So this is another important reason why it's important to understand how the disease impacts finances. Alzheimer's disease usually progresses slowly through 3 stages: early, middle, and late. In the medical setting, they usually refer to that as mild, moderate, and severe. So the symptoms of Alzheimer's will worsen over time, although the rate at which the disease progresses varies from person to person. On average, a person with Alzheimer's lives 4 to 8 years after diagnosis, but some people live as many 20 years or more, depending on other factors. As the person advances through the disease, their care needs increase, and so does the cost of providing care. In the beginning, people living with Alzheimer's may start to have trouble managing their own money or even remembering to pay bills. And as the disease gets worse, they may no longer be able to communicate their wishes to family or friends or make those important decisions about financial or legal issues. And of course, many people will avoid financial planning because just thinking about it brings a lot of anxiety and fear, and there's a lot of stress in sort of preparing and thinking about future costs and things of that nature. So people will tend to put that off. But early planning is especially important for a person living with Alzheimer's or another dementia, because it allows them to participate in decisions about finances for the future. The financial impact of Alzheimer's disease on caregivers can be twofold. As we already discussed, many caregivers will experience financial problems because they have to reduce their hours or take time from work. But as the disease progresses, the caregivers will need to pay for services and support for that person living with Alzheimer's. We have another video here that will give us some firsthand experience on what that is like.
So when we finally moved into assisted living, when we first got the cost, it was going to be $5,000 a month. When we started adding on daily medications and housekeeping and all the other things that come with it, we were quickly at $6,000 per month. In my mind, every month I was, doing the calculations of, all right, how much money does Dad have left? How long can this last? What happens when that goes away?
All right. So caregiving for a person with Alzheimer's or another dementia poses unique challenges as well. Okay, not only the financial for the cost of giving that care, but caregivers will spend on an average more than $11,000 a year out of pocket for caregiving costs. So that's nearly twice as much as non-dementia caregivers. These challenges, along with the stresses of caregiving, can lead to increased depression and anxiety for the caregiver. 30 to 40% of caregivers for people living with dementia experience depression, while 44% have anxiety. And because about 2/3 of the dementia caregivers are women, they will often are really more often are more likely to experience this type of stress of caregiving. I want to give you some more introduction about how caregivers face these unique challenges with the video, but we're going to just give you one more question here before we jump into that. And that question here is, do you think people younger than 65 can develop Alzheimer's? True and false on here. How many people think that's true? And how many people might think that's false? Well, the answer to this is true. While older age is the greatest risk factor for Alzheimer's, and most individuals living with dementia are older adults, people younger than 65 can also develop Alzheimer's. This form of the disease is known as younger onset Alzheimer's, sometimes called early onset. And people living with younger onset Alzheimer's and their caregivers will face additional financial challenges, because many of these individuals report losing or quitting one or even more jobs prior to the diagnosis because of the cognitive changes that affected them at work. As a result, those individuals are not able to maximize benefits from those employers, such as disability insurance, family and medical leave act protections, or continued healthcare coverage through COBRA. People living with younger onset Alzheimer's and their care partners ultimately have less time to plan for the future, including saving for retirement. Those care partners face unique challenges because of their age and their stage in life. These care partners may have to return to work, maybe increase their hours or get another job to make up for that loss of income, while still taking care of all the other family responsibilities. This is especially true if that person living with the disease worked a job that provided most of the financial support for the family. Many of the care partners still have children at home and face increasing costs associated with raising a family. Because of the financial strain of the disease, they may no longer be able to start or continue saving for the child's education or other expenses, even family trips and hobbies, things like that. So it can really infringe on a lot of that stuff. And due to their age, these care partners may still have financial obligations that maybe somebody older does not. Things like mortgages, car payments, loans or debt, possibly even student loans for some people. And many of the resources that are out there for assistance and support a lot of times will require the individual with the disease to be 65 or older to qualify. So that makes it also a little bit tricky. There is a 2-year waiting period between when a person is placed on Social Security disability, what we know as SSDI, and when a person is actually eligible for the program, for Medicare. In the meantime, the person living with the younger onset Alzheimer's has to secure other health insurance coverage, which we know is not cheap. So this can impact the entire family if the individual certainly was the primary insurance carrier. And let's look at another group of caregivers who face additional challenges. Okay? Members of the LGBTQ community are more likely to be single. They often live alone and are less likely to have children. So this might mean that these individuals have a smaller support network, which can prevent difficulties as Alzheimer's progresses, since that person living with disease will eventually need someone else to take over, paying the bills and making financial decisions for them. It is important to remember that the LGBTQ community, the members of that community will need to have financial plans in place, because it helps to make sure that caregivers who are not relatives or family members may need access to that person's money when that person needs help managing it. So putting that stuff in place for them is certainly crucial. People with lower income, those households may be less likely to be financially prepared for cost of caregiving. In our next portion here, the low income section here. And then, and this is because they may be unemployed, or maybe they have a part-time job or a low-paying job that's less likely to offer, good retirement benefits that allows them to really save up for the future. They may be already struggling to make ends meet, so having this additional burden is going to put more of a stress on resources, make it more difficult to pay monthly bills, cover medical expenses, things like that. It may lead them to maybe taking out additional loans or debts, credit card, things like that, which is only going to exacerbate the problem, give more, wind up giving a person more stress in that situation with more bills, more debt. Certainly, that added stress is what we're trying to avoid. So planning early and making these plans is only going to help these families. So there are programs out there for families with limited income, so they may qualify for services out there at either no cost or reduced rates. Certainly, anybody at the Alzheimer's Association can be reached out to get resources, give you resources about where to go for those things. The next area we want to touch on are the benefits of early planning. So we want to talk about what we can do to avoid those financial strains on the caregiver. And we're going to do another knowledge check here. So we have back to our multiple choice question here on this one. So who do you think can benefit from putting financial plans in place for the future? We have 5 choices here. So first choice, people with lots of money, investments and stocks, maybe people who are retiring soon, caregivers, low-income households, or last choice, everyone. I'll give you a minute to think about that one. So the answer to this one is actually everyone. Many people assume that financial planning is only helpful for people who make a lot of money. But really everybody can benefit from putting financial plans in place, especially those who are living with or caring for someone with a disease or chronic illness. Financial planning can help ensure that care costs will be covered and prevent financial hardships in the future. So there are benefits of putting financial plans in place as soon as possible for both the person receiving the care and for the caregiver. And some of these benefits include, knowing exactly what the person's wishes are. The caregiver is going to feel more confident about making important decisions when the person they're caring for can no longer make them. Maybe knowing how to handle financial issues and pay for care. There's less chance of making a costly or unwise decision, such as maybe taking money from a life insurance policy, stopping an insurance payment. We see that happen sometimes when people are not sure what to do with that, or cashing in a 401k or retirement accounts too early. That's an area that, again, we always stress to speak with a financial advisor on that. Make sure they know what you're doing there and why you're doing it, because you can get tripped up with a lot of tax laws there. So we want to be careful while we step into that arena. So to talk a little more on this, we're going to listen to a caregiver and a dementia care expert. On the next video here.
One of the benefits of putting financial plans in place for caregivers is simply peace of mind. Oftentimes we have a lot of anxiety and fear about the unknown. How long is the disease going to last? What are the care needs going to be? When we think of all of those things that we might be apprehensive about, and we put plans in place for, if this happens, here's how we'll handle it. And we really think through, here's what's typical with the disease, here's what I need to be thinking about, and here's my plan for that. It can be such a gift to the whole family because people can settle in and focus on, here's what I need to focus on today, here's what I need to think about right now, without the weight of the what ifs hanging over their head.
And our next video from a caregiver.
My mother, by putting plans in place early, that really helped me because it gives me a sense of confidence that I'm doing the things that she really wants to be done. It allows me to not have to worry about decisions that I make because my mother has already laid out the plan. She's stated her wishes, and my role is really to execute those plans. I have found that making decisions for my own situation can often be difficult. And so it's even harder to make decisions, especially when it comes to medical decisions, financial decisions, to have that responsibility of making those decisions for someone else can be very, very difficult. So in that my mother was so prepared and had laid out financial plans and really had a structure around her life, that has really allowed me to be less anxious as I perform the caregiving role.
I think both of those videos are great because they really kind of bring home two important points. One is that when somebody prepares ahead of time, they are providing that peace of mind for themselves and for their family and their caregiver. And that peace of mind is invaluable. The other thing that it points out is that it gives that caregiver the confidence to act and do all those things that they know the person wants done. There's no second guessing. There's a roadmap, and that person is just following the roadmap that's been laid out, and that makes it a lot easier to deal with everything. Just the everyday stuff. Not only that, but even just the stress and the anxiety of dealing with all of that stuff. So, really the benefits of the early planning give you the ability to share exactly what someone wants to happen and how they want those decisions made in the future. And it gives that sense of reassurance because others know the wishes and they're going to follow them because they're just going to follow that roadmap. And that feeling of relief that comes from having all of that stuff in place, knowing that the plan is in place, again, gives that caregiver the confidence to know that I just have to follow the plan. I know what that person wants, and it just makes it easier to go forward. So one more video here just to touch on on this subject.
One benefit of planning early for the person with the disease is that they get to have their say. They get to say, here is how I want things to play out. If there's ever a time when I can't live alone or when I need this kind of care, here's how I'd like that to happen. Here's who I want to be making decisions on my behalf if I can't make them for myself. So they get to have their say. In addition, they get to make choices about how they live their life, what they do now and in the months and years to come, with this additional knowledge of, hey, I've got this disease and here's what I can expect. And so a lot of people tell us that they choose differently, and they choose differently from each other. I talked to one person with Alzheimer's who said, you know what? I want every day to be regular. I want to work in my flower beds. I want to play with my grandkids. I want to have lunch with a friend. I just want lots of great regular days. I've talked to other folks with dementia diseases who said, I want to do the things I've been looking forward to. I want to take some big trips, or I want to do some really special things with the people I'm close to. So it's not the same for everybody, but the person with the disease gets to make choices and gets to live life more on their terms.
Yeah, and that's another great point in that video, that it's all about choices. If you want to have the ability to make those choices, then setting that plan in place allows you to do that. So making the plan gives you the ability to make your own choices as to how things are going to go when you're not able to make those choices. No one else is going to be making those choices for you. So certainly being prepared gives you that ability to do that. So the next area we're going to cover will be the conversations about finances. And this is one that gets a little tricky sometimes. A lot of this stuff is easier said than done, and we know that. But we're going to give you some tips and some tools to work with in this area to help you navigate that. So jumping into this, we know that conversations about money are always difficult to get started with people. Even people who are comfortable managing their own money, they may have difficulty discussing finances with someone else. So it's a tricky area. People often get anxious and uncomfortable when speaking about money. So it's really kind of hard to know how to start these conversations, but here are some tips and some tools to make the experience a little more positive and productive. So to feel more confident when discussing finances, it might be helpful to do these things. Maybe write down your goals and what financial documents you want to discuss. Identify maybe the family members or close friends that should be part of the discussion. And this works the other way too. Sometimes there may be some family members that shouldn't be part of the discussion. So knowing who to be there, who should be there rather, is important. Who knows maybe the finances more, maybe who knows the medical situation a little bit more or less. That's certainly a factor. Look to. This is something that I didn't actually think about, until recently either, but like the time of day that you speak with people, and make sure that's a quiet place. That's something that can help reduce the stress or the anxiety for really everyone involved. Encouraging the person to be honest about their assets and expenses. Sometimes it's tough, the older person might want to sort of keep that close to the chest and not really give that information out. So that's, so that's one of those. It's a little easier said than done, but having this conversation and approaching it in this way will make it easier to get there, especially if you don't rush through the process. Really important to take your time. This is a sort of like baby steps type of thing. Any movement forward is great progress, and just know that it's going to take some time to kind of plow through this stuff, and that's just the way it is. But try to be patient with it, certainly. It's hard for someone probably to let go of that whole process of letting go and having someone else sort of take control of things, especially someone with dementia. You might want to ask that person, what their wishes are, what they're looking to do for the future. What do they see, as how things are going to progress. The next thing that we probably want to have you talk about is maybe explaining to them that, I want to know what it is that you want so that I'm able to be sure that I can honor those wishes. Certainly don't make any judgments on that person about their past decisions. Everyone handles money differently. The goal really is to make sure we look forward and not so much back in this process. Just trying to come up with an agreement on how that person's money is going to be managed going forward, when they're unable to do so. If somebody has difficulty communicating, sometimes it's helpful to use shorter sentences and use simple terms. I'm a big fan of using simple terms. I'm a big fan of plain English. I try not to get into all the legal terminology when people come to see me. I think it just muddles the water and so trying to deal with it on a very basic level is the best way to approach it and not get too technical. I think one of the other important things to do when you're having the discussions with people like this is to repeat what they say, repeat back what they say, say, well, so what I'm hearing is you're saying, X, Y, and Z. Am I understanding you correctly? So that sort of assures them that not only are you hearing them, but you're really listening to them and understand what it is they're trying to tell you. And again, that'll assure them that you have their best interests in mind. If the conversation becomes stressful, take a break, walk away, don't push it. There's no reason to. You have time to deal with things. Just take a break, come back to it, whenever you can. Again, like I said, Rome wasn't built in a day. This is a process. Always try to end it on a positive note if you can. Again, these things are difficult to approach. So, take your time and try to end them on a positive note. If everything's not done, or if you feel like you need to follow up, do that. Try to do that on a regular basis. And depending on the situation, that could mean monthly, that could mean maybe quarterly, or yearly, but do make sure you check in because, as things progress, the person's needs and care is going to change, the level of care and cost of care. So you want to make sure that you're meeting those needs and those financial needs as well. So having those conversations is important. This is another great video on some tips on what worked well for this woman caring for her mom. This next video here.
Advice I'd have for other caregivers if the conversation about finances doesn't go well at first is to keep trying. It took a while for my mom to come around and I was exasperated. I would try to catch her at a good moment. And sometimes she'd give me a little tidbit here or there. So it might take time to just pull it all together. It's sort of trying to understand the moment if you're having a good time. What I did also was to bring up friends. My mother was very empathetic. So if I'd say, oh, remember so-and-so? They had a situation with their mom or dad or family member where something happened and the person didn't know what to do or they didn't have understanding about it. So that was really hard on them. She'd say, oh, really? And I'd say, yeah, see, that would help me if, we talked about that kind of thing. And that would usually get her. So in my case, that empathy is what I would kind of try to use for her to open up more, but continuing to do it, catching on a good day. That was key because it took time and it was piecemeal. Small victories, just get as much as you can over time and keep at it. Because there usually will be a window where you can kind of break through, or in some cases it might be someone else has to talk to them.
So good advice there. You know, the important thing is to try to build that person up. You know, maybe you can start the conversation with them with something like, you know, I've always admired the way you've handled your finances. You know, I want to learn more about how you do that and what works well for you, so I can, you know, do the same thing. Or maybe something like, you know, I've noticed you seem worried about finances these days. You know, what's worrying you the most? What can I help with? You know, those people who are, you know, like I said, want to keep it a little closer to the chest, you might want to say something like, oh, I respect your privacy, but it would give me peace of mind to know that there's a financial plan in place so that I can follow your wishes, you know, and I know that I'm doing what you want me to do. So if you're the person, you know, starting the conversation, maybe about your own finances, and you have to approach family members about it, you want to start that conversation yourself. Maybe something like, I want to talk to you about my finances so you can access them in the event of an emergency. Or, you know, I really want you to understand my wishes in the future, so let's talk about how I'd like things managed. You know, those are great ways to start that conversation there in that slide there. So we have an activity here. So if in your worksheet, actually in your handout, there's a worksheet there, and it's called having conversations about finances. So on this worksheet, it's going to walk you through all the steps I just described, including, you know, your goals for the conversation, the financial documents you want to review or discuss, the people who should be involved in the conversation, and again, you know, that best time and place to talk. You know, we're not going to go through this line by line, have you fill it all out right now, but you know, there may be something that pops up in your mind right now after the discussion we've had already. You might want to jot a few notes down on there before we move to the next slide and the next section. So certainly some good things to think about there on that. All right, so our next section is going to deal with financial abuse and fraud. You know, unfortunately, this does have a major impact on older adults, and especially with those living with dementia. And I'm going to check your knowledge here on this one again as we dive into this section. So a question here is, on average, when a person age 80 or older becomes a victim of financial abuse, fraud, or scams, how much money do you think they lose? Is it $5,200, $10,500, $15,700, or $39,200? You guys think the answer to that one is? I was actually pretty surprised on this one too. So unfortunately, the answer to this one is, on average, it's about $39,200. Studies show that financial exploitation is the most common form of elder abuse, and yet only a small fraction of these incidences are actually reported. And this can be a pretty tough area to manage, but you know, there are the financial crimes against Americans, you know, is really a growing problem in this country, and we see that abuse that really occurs everywhere, including, you know, the home, in care settings as well. Most states do have laws on the books that make financial elder abuse a crime, but people living with dementia are especially at high risk of becoming a victim of fraud or financial abuse, because they really may not be aware of the fact that they're being taken advantage of, and they probably won't report the fact that they have been taken advantage of, even if they do realize it, you know, for many reasons, just being embarrassed or something like that, right? So, you know, as memory and other thinking skills decline, they may struggle to make good financial decisions, and that will make them even more susceptible to or vulnerable to scams and fraud. So again, we're going to listen to an expert on this this on our next slide. Touch on this topic for us a little bit.
People living with dementia are more susceptible perhaps to fraud and financial abuse than other people because they have a disease that's attacking their brain. And so their ability to solve problems, to think about things logically, to have insight may be impaired, and they may be able to be tricked by people they trust or people who seem nice or seem trustworthy in a way that they wouldn't have been at an earlier time.
So moving on to our next slide, we want to talk about some signs or things that you may notice that would clue you in that the person may be having some problems with money or, potentially being taken advantage of. And first one is, maybe there's a pile of unopened bills. You'll see that. Maybe you'll see electricity, gas, and utilities in general being shut off because the bills weren't paid. Maybe there are some unusual or large purchases. Maybe buying the same thing, more than once, or even buying something that they really don't need. Say they buy dog food, but they don't have a dog, something like that. Giving money to telemarketers, random telemarketers doing it often. Maybe sending money in the mail would be one, or even making multiple gifts to the same person or company. Things like that are tip-offs there. Then, of course, missing money, unexplained withdrawals from that person's bank account may also be an indication that there's an issue going on. But as a caregiver, there are some simple things that you can do to reduce that person's risk of financial abuse or fraud if you can't be there, every minute. You should include that person in the discussion about how you're going to manage this and the safety measures you'll put in place. We want to make sure that they're part of the conversation so that they can be assured that things are going the way they want them to be, and they understand it and they're comfortable with it. You can suggest maybe a spending limit on a credit card, creating a separate account that maybe we keep a small amount of money in, and it's an agreed amount, and that's their spending money for the week, the month, or what have you, and whatever happens to that money happens to that money. It's out there for them to use. Gives them that freedom, but it's not going. The whole thing is spent on something. It's not really going to impact care and level of care and money that you need for that care. You can always, a lot of us do this nowadays. We set up the auto pay for bills. I know that's not always, maybe a lot of seniors aren't big fans of doing that, but it certainly can make it easier for you to manage accounts and pay bills. Signing up to receive automatic notifications for withdrawals from the bank accounts would be a great way to sort of keep an eye on things. You can always request electronic bank and credit card statements. That way you can watch for any unusual purchases, because at a short time you'll realize what's the normal spending, and anything odd will just sort of pop out or jump out at you. Certainly making sure that they are on the do not call list would be a great idea. Most people are on at this point now, but that is donotcall.gov. Make sure that that's on. Again, that's donotcall.gov. You can always ask credit card companies to maybe stop sending those balance transfer checks. And you can certainly ask them, to opt out of any of those future solicitations. So just eliminating that stuff right at the beginning, sort of nipping it at the bud. That way the potential isn't out there for things to happen. So in your handouts, you're going to find a sheet that's titled Avoiding Financial Abuses and Fraud. So we'll take a quick peek at that. And so
So one of
this
the things that
works-
I did, my father was very proud. He really didn't want to admit that he had Alzheimer's. So I wanted him to be able to continue to feel good about himself. So I actually set up a checking savings account for him that was joint with me. Because again, I had power of attorney, so I could move things around a bit. I made sure that he always had $200 in that account. Everything else was protected, and he really didn't have access to it anymore. But he didn't know that because he still had that $200. A couple of years into his diagnosis, he actually had somebody stop at his home. He was outside working in his yard. They came by, a couple, old car, and pulled up to the driveway. They had a child with them and said their child was ill. And they said they needed money for health care for this child. My father was always very generous as he became older and as he became more impaired with Alzheimer's. He became more generous. And so his inclination was to help this couple. They took him to the credit union. They asked him to withdraw all of his funds. So he did. He had access to that $200 that he knew about, and he gave it to them. They left him there in the parking lot. And he walked home. So it was really awful that that happened to him, but his money was protected because of the safeguards that we had put up. Everything else was still there, and I was able to replace that $200. So we tried very hard to do everything we could to protect him financially, but also to make sure that we didn't take away his sense of self-esteem.
Yeah, so you see from that video that's a great way to handle the situation. And again, it may take a little more discussion and convincing to do something like that, but it certainly can be invaluable once set up. And that's a great example of how it worked really well. So again, I refer to the worksheet that's in the materials as well here, and that's going to give you the the list of steps that you can take to if you suspect that there is fraud or abuse. You can refer to that again. Go through that as you need. Just keep in mind that it's all pretty much one step at a time, and each thing that you do is going to make a difference in the long run. So again, one thing at a time, certainly. And all right, so moving on from that, from financial abuse, how we doing? Anybody have any questions? Are everyone okay with everything here so far? Andy, any questions for me? If we're good to go, we'll keep moving along here. So our next section will be identifying financial and legal needs. And this is one of those areas that many caregivers avoid, even just people avoid in general, making financial and legal plans. It can be stressful to think about the future, especially when you're caring for someone with a chronic illness. Jobs, family responsibilities, other duties, they make it hard to organize our own lives, and certainly adding someone else into the mix makes it a little more difficult. But as we discussed, it is important to put those plans in place as early as possible. And that way you can make the process easier, breaking it down into simple steps and just doing, one task at a time. And just working your way through it. We can look at these steps, and many of them you can complete, a lot of times without a financial advisor or attorney. But we'll jump in first, and our first step here in organizing finances and making a plan to recover the care costs is to look at income and spending. Okay, and we've also included a worksheet called Covering Care Costs. And that's in your handout as well. So we're going to take a look at that. And on that first page, you're going to be writing down. Let me just let's just run through here. Yeah, on that first page, you're going to write down, how much money comes into the account each month and how much goes out. The second page is a list of items to consider when adding up expenses in each category. And then the third page is once we have that overall budget, it can be helpful to see, where we can cut back on spending. And, you just go through and check those boxes as you see fit. And we'll jump back to our slide where we have our two caregivers. We have a caregiver and actually two caregivers to give us a little background on some things that they implemented in order to save money.
One thing that I would suggest is when you have those monthly bills is to call. I had cable and I said, hey, I can't pay this amount when I'm looking at all of the bills that we had. And they didn't want to lose me as a customer, so they reduced the cost of the cable. Also, the medical bills, even though you get a demand for payment for a certain amount of money, call them, go on the payment plan, talk to the hospital about the payment plan, talk to the different utilities. I was on a budget for heat. I was on a budget for electricity. Reach out and ask. And don't do all those calls at one day. Break it up and do one at a time so you don't get overwhelmed with it.
Keeping within a budget, the budget is really, really important for food, because it's very tempting to go into a grocery store and find all kinds of delicacies. So that's been a big change and a good one. We found that for the two of us, we were spending a lot of money on groceries. So taking a look at that is really helped.
Yeah, so two important things. The whole issue of payment plan certainly is important. If you find that you don't have the money each month, reach out to those companies. Do what you can to try to make a payment, even if you're making some type of payment and you can do it consistently, whatever that is. It's going to help. They're going to work with you. A lot of those places will. That's for sure. And then again, just stepping back, looking at a budget, realizing where money is going. Sometimes that's what it takes to really realize, where things are, and how you can sort of rein that in and take a couple steps back and keep a little more money in. So when we do, when we're in this process, we want to take inventory of the assets and the debts. And those assets are going to be anything owed that has a value, like a house, bank account, a car, or stocks, retirement accounts, things like that. And the debt, of course, is going to be anything that gets paid back over time: credit cards, loans, things of that nature. Right? Another important step in making a financial action plan is to identify those costs of care, both now and in the future. Keep in mind that medical and other kinds of insurance may pay for some of the costs, but it may not cover all of them. So when you're thinking about this, you should include things like the ongoing medical treatment, maybe prescription drugs, personal care supplies, adult day services, if those are needed, maybe in-home care services. And then, and one thing about that, actually, to point out though, if you're hiring a professional in-home caregiver, you may have to pay his or her Social Security or employment taxes. So keep that in mind. And then last is the cost of full-time care and in a facility, having that full-time care, somebody coming into the home and providing that care. So given that Alzheimer's is a progressive disease, the caregivers will also eventually need to assume many of those ongoing financial responsibilities. For instance, paying bills, arranging for benefits on claims, maybe making investment decisions, and preparing tax returns. So, those last two, again, always good to reach out to the professionals, maybe the financial advisor and the accountant or CPA who's doing the taxes for that person. Reach out to them. Make sure you guys are on the same page. Reaching out to those people is really important to make sure that you have an understanding of what the plan was before and how it's supposed to be going forward. And it's also helpful to look into other financial resources that could cover the cost of care. Some of these sources will include personal income, maybe a 401k or other retirement accounts, certainly savings accounts, any stocks, bonds, and even personal property. Know that there's federal funding such as Medicare Parts A, B, and D, and also veteran benefits. I think veteran benefits seem to sort of get overlooked a lot of times, I think. If someone is a veteran, if they were a wartime veteran, then they may be eligible to receive some other in-home care and services that a lot of people don't know about. So certainly if that person is a wartime veteran, there's actually a definition of a wartime veteran, and that means that someone who's actually actively served in a time of conflict. And those dates, they actually, I would just say check with the VA on those things, because the dates of the war don't always coincide with how long the benefits period will run for. So if you think someone was a wartime veteran, check it with the VA, because there may be stuff out there that a person will qualify for. And certainly if those people, gave their time and their life for the country, we want to make sure that they get, whatever benefits they can get. And then, state funding sources like Medigap and Medicaid, you'll certainly find all of those resources at benefitscheckup.org, which I believe is on the screen there as well. And certainly anybody at the Alzheimer's Association will be more than happy to help you find those resources. So in your handouts, there should be a brochure called Money Matters. So that has all the additional information about many of those funding resources that I just mentioned, along with phone numbers and websites that you can learn more from. As I mentioned, the Alzheimer's Association, their free 24/7 helpline at 800-272-3900. You reach out to that anytime. You'll speak with an expert who can help answer questions about any of those resources, or connect you with any of those support services that are out there. So when it comes to legal planning, you want to make sure that a trusted family member or friend can make decisions for a person living with a disease when they can no longer make those decisions. And as we discussed with making financial plans, it's certainly important to make legal plans as early as you can, so that everybody is prepared. Putting those legal plans in place doesn't have to be stressful or difficult. Know that if you reach out to an attorney who focuses their practice on elder law, they're here doing that type of work because it's what they love to do, and they're not going to think you're stupid for asking the question. We do this every day. We deal with it every day. We don't expect you to know it all, or any of it. So we'll do all the heavy lifting behind the scenes and help you get what you need. It's just invaluable to have that guidance and have that help to make sure that whatever you do decide is the best decision for that person and for you. And we're going to hear a video here from someone who did a little homework on their own and try to do some of that themselves and work forward and try to handle a lot of this stuff on her own in this next video.
Most of these resources you can access online. You can access from multiple different entities. And I did most of all of her documents that were necessary: the power of attorney, the living will, the healthcare power of attorney, the financial power of attorney. All of those things you can access, and you can get them notarized and legal documents created. So don't let that be a hindrance to take care of those items, because those items are really, really important early on in the disease. If you wait, it's only going to cause more problems. So the earlier you get it, the better. And don't be afraid of the nuances of all these documents and all these papers. It's pretty simplified if you research it. There's a really simple way to go about it and take care of it as soon as possible.
Yeah, certainly her stressing the fact that taking care of the stuff as early as possible, that can't be stressed enough, certainly. And as I cautioned people earlier here, when you're dealing with financial matters, to really make sure you speak with the financial advisor or speak with the accountant or CPA. I would also strongly encourage you to not go this alone. Simply because this is, again, an area that is highly specialized. Not every state to state is the same. And people do get tripped up with what they find online sometimes. I know that, like, we literally just had an experience yesterday where a couple came in and said, well, we have, we did these things online here and we're all set, so we don't need those. And I reviewed them and they actually were not executed correctly. So we had to redo those for them. So we're actually in the process of redoing those for them so they'll be executed properly. So one other thing I want to touch on here. So, those documents in themselves, there's a few here. We have the durable power of attorney, both for finances and for healthcare, which are going to allow someone to make financial decisions for you and make healthcare decisions for you when you're unable to. And then the living will, and that one is your directive to your doctor that says, doctor, if I am terminal, I want you to remove life support. I want you to remove a feeding tube. Very important document because it makes it so that your family doesn't have to stand by your bedside and decide whether to pull the plug. You're making that decision ahead of time, so you're sort of taking that from them and not putting them in that position, which I think is really invaluable.
Excuse me, Josh. I just want to let you know, we are actually over time for the presentation, but I know that this presentation is the first time that we've actually presented it here in Rhode Island. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to try and skip the videos so that we can, continue. But we're going to try and see if we can wrap this up by 1 o'clock. I want to be mindful that people, they'll only have about a 15-minute break until the next session. So if we can, just be mindful of that. Okay. So you have about 7 or 8 minutes left. Okay.
I think we can run through the rest of this pretty quickly. There's not, I think we've pretty much hit all the substantive stuff at this point.
Okay.
So the next slide, you're going to see some suggestions for places where you can reach out and get these other resources here. If I may, I'd probably add to this list in the first section, looking for legal help. I would check with NALA, which is the National Academy of Elder Law Attorneys. They are at naela.org. I know that most of my colleagues here in Rhode Island are all members of that organization. It's a great organization, and all those attorneys I would highly recommend any of them. I know most of them, great people, and that's a great resource. Certainly the Rhode Island Bar Association would be another one, which is ribar.com. There would also, if you need a referral to an attorney, or if you find an old document and you don't know if that attorney is still in business or not, you can locate that attorney on the Rhode Island Bar website. There's some tabs on there to find that stuff. So kind of wrapping things up here, create this backup plan. When I create a plan for somebody, I have a backup plan. I always have. Maybe if someone has a power of attorney, I'm going to ask them to give me a couple people to work in succession. If that first person can't act, we're going to go to that second person or the third. And I even draft it in such a way that even if all three of those people can't act, I have a backup to the backup plan. So backup plans are really crucial, mainly because if not even in the legal sense of things, just if you can't be there day to day to handle, the the things you normally would do because you've got some conflicts with your own schedule. You're going to want to set up someone else to take care of those things for you and help you, help give that care that you were provided to that person, and try to disrupt the flow of things day to day as much as you can. So, speaking with members of the family, trying to get some other help, making sure that you have a detailed list of the medications and the doctors and things of that nature, so that if somebody does have to pop in, they have all that information at their fingertips. That can be invaluable at times. Most importantly, just don't be afraid to ask for help. This is a big task. Nobody should be going it alone. There's a lot of help out there. Like I said, just don't be afraid to ask if you need help. And then, one of the other important things that we talked about this in the very beginning is make sure you take care of your own health. I mean, you're the caregiver. I sort of equate this to, being on the airplane and the mask comes down, the ear mask comes down from the top of the plane, and they say, if you're traveling with children, put your mask on first, because if you don't put your mask on, then there's two people with no masks on potentially. So if you put your mask on, well, now you can help another. So we want you to be mindful of that. Stay active, visit your doctors regularly, eat well, try to get yourself removed from it and have that time to recharge, because we all need that, and that helps us just be better, better people every day when we can recharge and relax and take time to unwind. So that's really important. Keep in mind that the Alzheimer's Association is available wherever you need them. They have that 24/7 helpline. Again, 800-272-3900. You can reach out to somebody there anytime and get help with any of these things that we discussed here today. Help is available in over 200 languages, so don't let that be a barrier. I've already mentioned their website a number of times, but again, it's alz.org. That is oftentimes the place that most people start out this journey with. So, don't be afraid to get on the call and get that information or the help that you need. So I guess to close out, I'm just gonna ask you guys to sort of give an overview of everything that we looked at today and think about everything that we covered. And I know it's a lot to digest, and I don't expect you to get it all in one shot here. But I want you to take some time maybe to put down maybe one or two things that you can do, maybe in that activities packet, things that you can do right now, the next day or two. And don't make the list too long. Again, like I said, Rome wasn't built in a day. Take this piece by piece and do a little at a time. But if you can get something down there, like just completing the worksheet from today's presentation, that's going to take a big step. And give yourself, a pat on the back, because you're here and you're looking to make things, you're looking to make that plan. You're looking to be proactive, and that means a lot to those people that you're caring for. So thank you for your time, and I hope this helped. I'll pass it back to you, Andy, I think.
Absolutely. Josh, thank you so much. You did a wonderful job with the first time here in Rhode Island offering this presentation. So just so that people are aware, yes, of course, we will be providing the slides to this presentation today, and all of the sheets and forms that Josh mentioned in this presentation, they will be available. I'll be sending those out hopefully late this afternoon, but each one of you who's registered for today's virtual conference, you'll be getting all of the PowerPoint presentations for each one of the presentations today. Also, we are recording all of the sessions, so in about a week, they'll be all available up on our website. I should say the conference website. So please keep an eye on that. And you can go to alz.org/RI. So again, I apologize. We're a little bit behind right now. I really wanted to give each one of you 30 minutes for lunch, but it looks like we're going to have about 15 minutes. I guess one of the joys of being in a virtual format that you can go and grab yourself some lunch, take a stretch, walk around the house or wherever you are, and come back with your lunch for our next presentation, which will begin at 1:15. So look forward to seeing each one of you back here in just about 15 minutes. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Victoria Parker from the Alzheimer's Disease and Related Disorders program at the Rhode Island Department of Health. Our mission is to reduce the health and economic burden of dementia by monitoring the state's latest data, educating people and their families on prevention, diagnosis, and treatment, and improve the quality of care and support for people with Alzheimer's disease and related disorders. Thank you for being with us at the 11th Annual Caregiver Journey Conference. The Rhode Island Department of Health is thrilled to be a sponsor.
I'm Phil Clark, the director of the Rhode Island Geriatric Education Center based at the University of Rhode Island. We're a center that collaborates with clinical partners and community-based organizations to provide geriatric education to providers, students, and other trainees across the region. In our work, we are pleased to emphasize education on Alzheimer's disease and other dementias, and we are proud to be sponsoring this conference.
Hi, I'm Victoria Parker from the Alzheimer's Disease and Related Disorders program at the Rhode Island Department of Health. Our mission is to reduce the health and economic burden of dementia by monitoring the state's latest data, educating people and their families on prevention, diagnosis, and treatment, and improve the quality of care and support for people with Alzheimer's disease and related disorders. Thank you for being with us at the 11th Annual Caregiver Journey Conference. The Rhode Island Department of Health is thrilled to be a sponsor.
I'm Phil Clark, the director of the Rhode Island Geriatric Education Center based at the University of Rhode Island. We're a center that collaborates with clinical partners and community-based organizations to provide geriatric education to providers, students, and other trainees across the region. In our work, we are pleased to emphasize education on Alzheimer's disease and other dementias, and we are proud to be sponsoring this conference.
Hi, I'm Victoria Parker from the Alzheimer's Disease and Related Disorders program at the Rhode Island Department of Health. Our mission is to reduce the health and economic burden of dementia by monitoring the state's latest data, educating people and their families on prevention, diagnosis, and treatment, and improve the quality of care and support for people with Alzheimer's disease and related disorders. Thank you for being with us at the 11th Annual Caregiver Journey Conference. The Rhode Island Department of Health is thrilled to be a sponsor.
I'm Phil Clark, the director of the Rhode Island Geriatric Education Center based at the University of Rhode Island. We're a center that collaborates with clinical partners and community-based organizations to provide geriatric education to providers, students, and other trainees across the region. In our work, we are pleased to emphasize education on Alzheimer's disease and other dementias, and we are proud to be sponsoring this conference.
Hi, I'm Victoria Parker from the Alzheimer's Disease and Related Disorders program at the Rhode Island Department of Health. Our mission is to reduce the health and economic burden of dementia by monitoring the state's latest data, educating people and their families on prevention, diagnosis, and treatment, and improve the quality of care and support for people with Alzheimer's disease and related disorders. Thank you for being with us at the 11th Annual Caregiver Journey Conference. The Rhode Island Department of Health is thrilled to be a sponsor.
I'm Phil Clark, the director of the Rhode Island Geriatric Education Center based at the University of Rhode Island. We're a center that collaborates with clinical partners and community-based organizations to provide geriatric education to providers, students, and other trainees across the region. In our work, we are pleased to emphasize education on Alzheimer's disease and other dementias, and we are proud to be sponsoring this conference.
Hi, I'm Victoria Parker from the Alzheimer's Disease and Related Disorders program at the Rhode Island Department of Health. Our mission is to reduce the health and economic burden of dementia by monitoring the state's latest data, educating people and their families on prevention, diagnosis, and treatment, and improve the quality of care and support for people with Alzheimer's disease and related disorders. Thank you for being with us at the 11th Annual Caregiver Journey Conference. The Rhode Island Department of Health is thrilled to be a sponsor.
I'm Phil Clark, the director of the Rhode Island Geriatric Education Center based at the University of Rhode Island. We're a center that collaborates with clinical partners and community-based organizations to provide geriatric education to providers, students, and other trainees across the region. In our work, we are pleased to emphasize education on Alzheimer's disease and other dementias, and we are proud to be sponsoring this conference.
Hi, I'm Victoria Parker from the Alzheimer's Disease and Related Disorders program at the Rhode Island Department of Health. Our mission is to reduce the health and economic burden of dementia by monitoring the state's latest data, educating people and their families on prevention, diagnosis, and treatment, and improve the quality of care and support for people with Alzheimer's disease and related disorders. Thank you for being with us at the 11th Annual Caregiver Journey Conference. The Rhode Island Department of Health is thrilled to be a sponsor.
I'm Phil Clark, the director of the Rhode Island Geriatric Education Center based at the University of Rhode Island. We're a center that collaborates with clinical partners and community-based organizations to provide geriatric education to providers, students, and other trainees across the region. In our work, we are pleased to emphasize education on Alzheimer's disease and other dementias, and we are proud to be sponsoring this conference.
Welcome back. I hope everyone was able to get something nourishing in your bodies, a little bit of stretching and exercise. So I am here to, excuse me, introduce our next presenter for the session called Using the 4Ms to Organize Older Adult Care. So I'm here to introduce Giulio DeFilo-Drabi, who is the Director of Geriatric Education and Clinical Programs for the Department of Geriatrics and Palliative Care at Care New England. He is the lead geriatrician for the Acute Care for Elders unit at Kent Hospital and Assistant Professor of Medicine at the Warren Alpert Medical School at Brown University. His research focus includes the prevention of geriatric syndromes in hospital settings and the reduction of post-operative complications in higher-risk older adults. He is passionate about teamwork and value-based care interventions. His recent publications and current research work examines the impact of geriatric co-management as a way to optimize care for older adults while decreasing overall costs. Welcome, Julio. Julia, unfortunately, we can't hear you. You might need to unmic.
How about now?
There we go.
All right. That was easily fixed. All right.
Just working on showing your slides?
Yeah, it's coming in right. It should be processing right now. It's processing, so it should be soon there. There you go. I'm assuming everyone can see this now. If Ms. Murphy can see it. Very
Yes.
good. All right, very good. So we'll start right now. So I'm going to try to talk about that framework that Ms. Murphy already touched base with in a way that we can provide age-friendly care to any older adult in every point of care, or it could be even the ones that we provide at home, you know. The objective is to learn this framework, kind of an introduction of the framework, and then understand the importance of building a team to be able to take advantage of the framework. We have been using it for around 4 years here at Kent. It came full force in 2017 by the Institute of Health and other collaborators. And one of the basic principles to create this kind of framework was the fact that older adults can become a puzzle. Very good. And as they become a puzzle, it's hard to create interdisciplinary team approach to provide the care that they really want. So the framework that is called the 4Ms, and is part of the age-friendly health system, consists of these 4Ms that one of them is matters, what matters, medications, mind augmentation, and mobility. So we try to, as we take care of older adults, we try to have an overview, or we have to have a sense of all these 4 points. And if these 4 points at the end kind of become a congruent driver of patient care. Why, you know, I know that many caregivers and people who work with older adults quickly can understand why, but for physicians sometimes and people who are becoming new in this is that we want to catch things that may adversely affect older adults. So in case of medications, of course, adverse drug events, mentation, trying to detect if the patient has cognitive impairment, like a type of dementia, like the one we are united here for, Alzheimer's disease. Do they have a component of depressive symptoms or depression, or they have something that we call delirium, which is that a sudden onset of confusion. And then in mobility, we just want to make sure we're doing everything we can to prevent injurious falls, any pressure sores or lack of, care of, and then even venous clots that can move around and promote a patient's deterioration and even death. And then in what matters is the fact that we want to make sure that we're giving the care that the older adult, our family member, our loved ones really want. Do they really want this care? Do they really want this amount of care that they're being provided? And do they want to be in the hospital? Do they want to be in the intensive care unit? Is there a way to avoid these things by addressing the 4Ms? So every time you're caregiving for older adults, especially if they have a disease like Alzheimer's disease, our main goal right now is to prevent a decline in their function. a decline in their function because they have an issue moving their body because they're weak, or an issue moving their bodies because their memory and the way the brain is working is not facilitating that function, like cooking or eating and things like that. So for us to be able to prevent that, it's good to have a sense of the mobility of the patient and address that mobility of the patient by, for example, making sure that at least for every meal we get them out of the bed to a chair to eat or walk to a place, and become a routine. That helps the older adult's brain dramatically to have a routine and have a sense of, this is what I'm going to do this morning, have breakfast, move around, sit here, read a newspaper. So create that routine. And then what I call about ambulation rounds is that every, 2 to 4 hours, think about if the patient can go around the house or any space that they may have, or, older adults can, with early Alzheimer's disease or any memory problem, can be super functional. So they can still go out and do their stuff and have fun. But trying to keep mobility, the less you use the muscle, the more muscle you will lose. So another important part of the mobility when you're caregiving for them is detecting that decline in function and then being able to act upon that perception that you're having. And is, for example, telling your primary care doctor or the provider that is caring with you the patient that he has decline in his mobility and now he's not able to transfer from the bed to the bathroom, or he doesn't want to walk around the neighborhood anymore. And there's so many things that could be affecting him and causing that is good to address that as soon as you see it. And at times it is resolved by reviewing the medication that is part of the 4Ms, reviewing their mentation and mindset. Again, is depressive symptoms, is an acute confusion, a sudden confusion that we can address, or maybe the mobility is related to aches and pains that we haven't detected, and then you kind of address those. The only way sometimes that we as providers that are caring for patients to know these things is that we work as a team and we give the space the caregiver needs to express what they're seeing on their loved ones or their patients that they're caring for. This is a quick one that just is a very old slide, but I like to keep it there just because it shows you how bad immobility can be as we age. There's a usual aging that we know of can happen, but people are very heterogeneous, so it varies depending on your genes, of the way you've been living your life, and things like that. But most of older adults, at one point, they're losing muscles. They have some instability of how they maintain the blood pressure, the way they breathe, the bone density start going down, and other things. And if you add to that immobility, you're just promoting these things to accelerate and get worse. And people, when they become more immobile, it's like a pathway to get into trouble, like going into a nursing home, getting into a hospital, or the caregiver being so burdened by the amount of care that needs to be provided that, it is more difficult. So mobility is very important. Then pharmacotherapy as a caregiver is just keeping an eye on the medications, especially if they take too many of them. But these are the most important one that you have to ask your provider every time you're starting a new drug, if they're going to be interacting with each other, is it appropriate for his age, and why should we add this drug? What will be the benefit of it? And go carefully with that. And sometimes some providers may not feel comfortable discussing these things with you directly, even including myself. And sometimes we ask the help of a pharmacist. So if you don't feel comfortable with what the medications that your patient or loved one is taking, try to figure out if you can create another, you can add one person to the team besides your primary care or your provider, which is a pharmacist. And it doesn't have to be every time, but at least once or twice a year, reviewing all the medications, for checking for inappropriate choice of therapy, incorrect dosage, incorrect schedule, drug-to-drug interactions, duplications in therapy, or allergy and side effects. Again, mind or mentation is just trying to figure out, as you care for people, especially older adults, if they're developing worsening cognitive function, and that's something that it could be reversible because of delirium, or it's because they're becoming depressed by something, and or it's just worsening of the disease. So always trying to figure that out. And one of the thing is, and I put that the collaborative history, is that the caregiver becomes the right person to tell the physician or the provider in general, the visiting nurse, anyone that is kind of helping you care for your loved one, that decline in function. And we rely on that. So that can trigger other things and try to prevent further decline or worsening of that, or even improvement if possible. And what ADLs and IADLs is, and most probably you know that, and this could be repetitive, just ADLs is just activities of daily living, and then IADLs is the instrumental ones, which are more complex, right? The one that usually they lose first, the managing complex tasks, like using a complicated electrical device or a phone, or managing finances or driving and things like that. And then the ADLs is the one that are more when they become more frail and dependent on movement, like transferring from one place to the other, going to the bathroom and caring for themselves. This table is just a quick overview of confusion, a sudden confusion we would call delirium. That's our preferred name for it, which is an acute and subacute disturbance in cognition with evidence of an underlying medical etiology. So every medical etiology, medical reason, is a medical reason that has happened that is multifactorial, and there's predisposing and precipitating factor working together that have created this event. And it's important that when you detect those, that you get a provider with older adults experience or cognitive impairment diseases experience, so they can try to address delirium. So, but either way, if sometimes family member may become prone to get confused because of the disease, as they progresses, you need less precipitating factor interacting with the predisposing factor to become delirious. So I just giving you here some of the things that we do that we know prevent delirium. Even when it happens, it may decrease the days of delirium or the severity of delirium. And for example, for baseline cognitive impairment, it's just letting them know that they're in a safe place, where they are, what are they going to do, what is the next step in their routine, or keep them distracted with the orientation of the day, or creating an environment where they can do word games or puzzles if they want to. Trying to prevent sleep deprivation, trying to prevent immobilization, making sure they have their vision impairment and hearing impairment adaptive equipment in hand, or just kind of trying to improve on those, and making sure they're eating and drinking, and recognizing that early, because it can become a snowball. So as the 4Ms evolve with, as I said, what matters to them, their mentation, their medication, their mobility. As you can imagine, one caregiver and one provider may not be able to succeed in creating the best care possible for this older adult with Alzheimer's disease, for example. So, as I said, for medication, you can talk with pharmacy. For psychosocial assessment of the suppressive symptoms or care needs that are missing in your house, or you think you need, or programs out there in the community you may need, after speaking with the Alzheimer's Association, you may find that they're all, the social worker may direct you to Alzheimer's Association, and then you can find services that you were not aware of. The social worker can be very helpful in detecting some services out there in the community that may help care for the patient. Occupational therapy and physical therapy are very important. Occupational therapy not only detect a mobility restriction because of a trauma or a pain or things or injuries, but also occupational therapy tests for cognitive impairment and their lack of function because their memory or brain is not working perfectly. The case manager in planning your care usually could be a nurse case manager. It is very good in an office of a provider or any system that provide care for older adults to have a case manager, a certain amount for each case manager for patients, so they can provide and plan the care. And then, as we know, the nursing care and others, home services care that provide the direct care for the patient, like the home health aide and things like that needs to be added, and that works in consonance with the social worker and the case manager. If they will need a visiting nurse or they will need other services that are provided by the community. So again, this is the framework that I want you to be aware of, that every time you're caring for someone with which is an older adult, if you can have this in a piece of paper, baseline mobility, medication that the patient is taking, the fact that you reconcile those medication with your primary provider or even with a pharmacist, that you have a baseline mentation, and that baseline mentation may be by a screen like the mini cog or a formal other memory test, and you can detect that, and so you can follow over time, and then making sure you know what matters to the patient. So here again is just examples of these 4 M's, for example, in the community. Again, immobility is just describing to your primary provider or the caregiver to be aware of, how the patient is moving in their house and if this is appropriate. Again, with medication, trying to address those medications. With the mind, you can screen for dementia and depression at least once a year, depending on your primary provider acceptance of this. And then trying to avoid delirium and trying to detect quickly if there's a change in mental status and who you're going to be calling for that. And then what matters is making a list of questions to ask at each visit, or who, what you want to do if something happens to you. Who will be the person making decisions for you if you're not able, or your caregiver or your loved one is not able to make that decision anymore. And making sure your provider is well aware and have copies of these feelings or your loved one's decisions on this regard. So as we evolve, we for sure are understanding that healthcare depends on a team effort. We cannot rely only on a provider or a physician or a nurse practitioner or anyone to be able to assess and treat every aspect of the 4 M's in older adults. It's very complicated. So one of the things in What Matters was, if you look at this one, is that the mom, the daughter of the mom, wanted to take care of the patient even though that she was working. She just wanted to be involved in every part of the care. And just because she cannot take care of her loved one 24/7, that doesn't mean that she cannot be there, right? She can coordinate. So if you look at the health, this cycle, the most important thing for this patient, that in this case is named Luis, it was that he wanted to be back home after his stroke. And so his primary care doctor was managing the overall care, everything that happened in the hospital. He received all that paperwork, reviewed everything with the patient, and created a plan, and instructed one of his nurses, nurse case manager, to coordinate this patient care. There were questions about medications, and the pharmacist was involved and answered all the questions about the new medicines that he needed to prevent maybe another stroke. A neurologist was treating Louis' stroke, and he pitched in on that. And then a psychologist was, after many persons that are victim of a stroke, they usually have changes in their mood. They have a psychologist involved. And then so forth and so on until you have this cycle of a team, and then they can get in and out as needed, depending on the patient's 4 M's at any specific time. So every clinic, every institution or company or that is caring for older adults should have a way to describe their team in every taking into consideration the 4 M's. So saying that, we're almost done, by the way, which is good, I think, for everyone. When persons, older adults, especially with memory problems, are admitted to the hospital, they can become a headache for the family and even for themselves. They get into a hospital and they get confused. So an example of these 4Ms, and I said we were using this at Kent Hospital when we created the ACE unit with the leadership of the CEO of the program is of Care New England is a geriatrician. His name is James Finale. And then the chief of geriatrics, which Dr. Fulton, is a geriatrician that was also inclined to start an ACE unit. And we started an ACE unit using the framework, right? And what we did was a co-management. What that means is that you have the doctors that treat every acute or sudden medical issue, and then you add on top of that a geriatrician to oversee the care and create that team, right? And what we're trying to find was if we could prevent or improve things that happen with medications, with psychosocial issues, with immobility, and things like that. And what we found was that of those 75 admitted to our hospital from March to December 2019, their care improved to the point that they had less amount of days in the hospital. They had a decreased amount of falls in the hospital. They were able to be discharged home more frequently than to an institution, and the patient and family satisfaction went up. So that proves kind of that the fact that if you take care of older adults in an interdisciplinary approach, and we all start believing that we should care of patients as a team and involve everyone that is involved, to be redundant, in the care of the patient, is a pro. Is a good thing. And one of the key features is the close collaboration with the hospitalist, which is the doctor treating the sudden medical issues, and then creating that team to support him do his work. So these are just specific numbers that, we had around 1,800 subjects admitted to the hospital, and we took around 781 to our unit. And our population was a little bit older. The average age was 86. Most of our patients were white because we're in Warwick. But as you can see there, the length of stay was 3.9 days compared to 4.6 days. That's a big issue because that's like a half a day per patient. And then we were able to send to rehab in a lower rate, which means that we were able to prevent a decline inside the hospital. It usually happens when they're, have immobility or malnutrition and things like that. And then we were able to decrease the amount of readmissions to the hospital by almost 50%, from 16 to 7.2. So I think it's very helpful. I hope you understand that it could be very helpful for caregivers out there, for any institution, hospital, or primary care office to use the 4Ms to detect issues with the patient and find the right support and environment for care, create the care plan to improve their overall function so they can thrive and be independent or be easier to take care of by the caregiver. And then identify patients who may hesitate to say what matters most to them because they have a stigma of describing their feelings or describing that they have seen some issues with their function. And so if you address it this way, I think the rapport becomes quicker between the provider and the patient and the family and the caregiver. All this information and more information you can find in this website that I put there is at the Institute of Health. And then I just want to thank everyone that is caring for someone with cognitive impairment. I really appreciate my interactions with persons that know their loved ones or the patient they're being paid to care for very well. So if you have any questions, I'm here. But that concludes my talk.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Julio. I do, listening to your presentation today, I keep wondering, and I talk to so many of our family caregivers through our helpline, each and every day. And, so many of them get frustrated by, the lack of time that their loved one has in a primary care practice or with one of the specialists. And as a physician yourself, are there recommendations that you could make specific for the caregiver to say, what kind of conversations can they have with their primary physician to say, what, I need more time. These are primary care practices that may not follow the 4M model, but this is a well documented model of care, but that they are not getting that time enough in their primary. Is there any kind of recommendations that you would make for the primary care, how to work with their physician better?
That's the most practical question. So that's why I ask first the caregiver to build that 4Ms by themselves, that paper. And in that paper, when they have mobility, mentation, medications, and what matters to them, kind of figure out if they're comfortable with that or they're concerned about that. Because that will save dramatic time where they go to the office. And it's a paper they can show, and you want to address that. And then expectation is very important. So when they make the schedule, it's good to tell the physician ahead of time of the office that you're going to go there to discuss the goals for your loved one's care. And sometimes I know that some physicians are still not up to speed with this. I hope they get there. But once you say that that Medicare will reimburse for your extra time in addressing goals of care and goals of the patient care, because goals of care is not only saying that I don't want to be resuscitated, intubated, or escalate care to surgery or it's also what's more important for the patient, which is I just want to stay home as much as I can. If I cannot stay home, I don't want to be treated for this. I prefer to let nature take its course. So that's very important to address early. And so it decreases suffering from families and patients. So I think having that list and then calling and make a schedule to say, I want to address my family member, my loved one plan of care. And I'm going to be specifically interested in discussing his medications and pick one or two or pick all of them, depends. Your primary care may be so pleased by this. It may be the other way around. You think you will cause problem. He may be very happy to know, because that's how I get when I had a family member coming to me with already their concerns, so I can address that. I feel I'm doing the work. But if they go and I just say, oh, blood pressure control, diabetes, and then I let them go, I don't feel well.
Mm-hmm. And that's true. And I know for many of our families, medication, many of our loved ones, are on so many different medications. And, there seems to be lots of contraindications for, medications for people living with dementia, and that they've become very sensitive and intolerant for certain medications. And we know that so many medications have side effects. And that can be very challenging for our family members to understand and to learn that. And, and I see that you recommend talking to a pharmacist and recommending talking to the primary care physician. And so what are your recommendations around that? I mean,
So I think it's important that there is a free it's a free resource that you can look, but it's a resource that needs healthcare literacy, and a lot of our caregivers are very bright people. Some of them are nurses, are physicians, are home health aide already that have cared for older adults for years. So it's something called the Beers criteria, which is a list of medication that may be inappropriate for older adults. And if you detect those, as you see the list, it's good to mention it to your primary care. But again, I hate giving more work to our caregivers. They're already overworked and overburdened, in my opinion. So the best approach will be to send them to a pharmacist. And so in every clinic that I have worked, and I may be grateful for this, is you have to create that team. You find that pharmacist that is inclined to look for these things in older adults. I have one here. I had one in I always had one. So your primary care may have that pharmacist if you haven't asked. And once you ask, they send you to see the pharmacist, and the pharmacist will review with you all the medications and how to titrate them out of your way, how to change them, what alternatives are there. And I think that's the only way to address that.
Can you repeat that document that you just talked?
Very good. It's like the drink, but it's the last name of the physician who created the list, Beers. So it's BEERS. Beers criteria of possible inappropriate medications for older adults. And once those are detected, I think it's important that they address that. And for example, if the primary care do not want to change that medication that may be inappropriate, why is that? And that way you feel confident, because sometimes they are needed. So.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. And I think, it's just so important that, we understand the medications that our loved ones is being prescribed. I just heard recently that, I had a helpline caller saying that, their loved one was on a blood pressure medicine, and they had been taking it incorrectly for a year and a half. So, and we just don't know, how that might have affected their mental status. It could have increased delirium state that we just don't know of. So, that's just really, really important.
Almost sometime up to 80% of older adults above 75 could be related to side effects to medications. So that's one of the biggest job here, and where I am right now is our interdisciplinary room where I meet with everyone. So here we detect those and try to change them as soon as I can and communicate with the outside world. But it's a very small population. So I know it's a big prevalence out there of these issues.
In another area that you were talking about, and physical therapy and occupational therapy is two areas that I think many of our families are just not aware of how that can support an individual living with dementia. And many times we'll have someone on our helpline talking and saying, my loved one has been falling more in the house, and I'm noticing that they're much weaker, in their walk, or having more difficulty, getting out of a chair. And, when I have, have you talked to the primary? I said, well, the primary physician has never brought it up. So,
that's a mistake. Yeah.
Can you address to our individuals that just, how physical therapy and occupational therapy, what some examples those two particular disciplines how they can support someone to improve X, Y, and Z?
Excellent question. So for people with cognitive impairment and their mobility restriction is more related to their memory problem, occupational therapist is the one that's going to help you the most, because it's the one who is going to be able to work with a patient even when they show no interest. Because as people get worse with their memory problem, they become apathetic, right? And people may even think they have depression, but it's just that their memory, they don't have any initiative to start anything. So the occupational therapist will be the one working with you and teaching you techniques to get them engaged and moving around, so they decline in function less over time, and giving you time to stay with them as long as you can at home or wherever you are. The physical therapist is more when they have a mobility restriction because of a weakness or an injury or an aches or a pain, and they're going to help you much more than occupational therapy. But occupational therapy encompasses a little bit more up to one point, because once they deal with the cognitive issues and the mobility restriction of the way they are eating, like let's say they forgot how to eat, sometimes you can recover some of that function if they just lost it. And so if occupational therapy come and detect what's the problem, why he's not eating well, you can gain with an occupational therapist. Once the issue becomes more, in a sense, lower extremity or mobility or balance, then that would be the physical therapist more than the occupational therapist. So that's very important to know. And so that's why it's good for caregiver to know the patient's baseline and inform the primary care right away of that declining function. It happens a lot in people with Parkinson's disease. They usually need intervention once a year to prevent a decline. I know this is an Alzheimer Association meeting, but I wanted you to be aware of that. And what people sometimes don't know is that Medicare covers those services right away. Once the primary care validates that the patient has declining function, was able to eat, now not able to eat, and falling more often, we send visiting nurse services with home health aid and physical therapy and occupational therapy, and is covered. And then after a few weeks, they may go again, and then you call them again in 6 months if it happens again.
Excellent. Thank you. And in sort of this arena, I know many times, families begin to be concerned about the safety of their loved ones at home. And, so home, recommendations are home safety evaluation. So who would be doing that? So, and would, what would you suggest? Would a family caregiver talk to the primary care physician about that? And who would come into the house to do something like that?
Yeah, it is also the primary care, and it depends on the company you select. After your call, the referral is made, and then you select the company you want to provide those services of home safety evaluation. And what that means that somebody will go there. It could be a visiting nurse or an occupational therapist or a social worker, and then go through things that can promote falls or safety issues, or people escaping from the house and things like that, and give you recommendations. And after those things are brought up, is also will be covered, some of them by Medicare. Those changes in your house to make them more safe for your loved one or the person you're caregiving for. But it depends. I wouldn't dare say which one is my preferred person to do the home safety. It depends on the company. But where I trained was usually the occupational therapist doing the home safety eval, and always going with a visiting nurse. So usually the visiting nurse go first and detect medications, patient's morbidity, meaning diseases that he has, the medication, then the psychosocial environment. And then that visiting nurse then will say, I need an occupational therapy and a social worker, and things like that. And that's how you open in Pandora box. Once you're doing that, you're doing your job, because then that should open up a door of care for you that you may not be aware of.
And you mentioned, ultimately, with the the results from the work that you have been doing at Cotton Hospital, with the forums and the work that you've been able to reduce the number of, hospital stays, first of all, but then also reduce the number of readmissions within, I think you said 30 days. So, so it appears that the framework of the forums can be extremely valuable to really, support that individual. Because I know when, an individual tends to be hospitalized, their functioning declines many times because of it's really a catastrophic event for that individual living with dementia, going into, an acute setting where they're, become very disoriented, and just the stress of going into that environment. Can you
that's exactly right. Yeah, that's exactly right. So what we try to prevent when they come here is everything that could make them decline in function, perpetuating that medication that may be inappropriate, promoting an environment where they can get more confused and agitated, providing them with the support for the family to be here longer periods of time, or even sleep here. So there's a lot of things that we do that are a little bit different. Now, it's our opinion that at one point the whole hospital will become like that, but we need the resources are still kind of building up. And I am a believer that this framework may be even more impactful in the outpatient, in primary care clinics, and for caregivers to utilize as a framework to improve their loved ones' care.
Mhm. Many times, we talk to families about, how to support the staff if an individual unfortunately does have to go into the hospital. Because, our family members sometimes know, that patient, going into the hospital. So what recommendations might you give to a family member if they are going to be having to care for, have to see that their loved one goes into the hospital? What kind of recommendations would you make to our, to our family members to support the team at the hospital?
Make yourself very available. Give a good phone. Tell everyone that you interact with that you want to be informed of any changes in medications or change in where the patient is. Let's say the patient, you left them in the emergency department waiting for a bedroom. You let them know that you want to get called when he's being moved to a bedroom. And try to be there in every transition if you can, because familiarity is very important. Try to make sure that when the patient comes, the hearing aids and the adaptive device for vision are with them and safe, and that you make sure that they don't lose them. Remember when was the last time they moved their bowel and they were urinating okay. Remember if they were eating or not okay. Have they been losing weight? And be prompt to answer those questions quickly. And if you already did your 4Ms, bring those. The medication, what matters to him. He doesn't want to be resuscitated. He doesn't want to be kept alive in a, thing and whatever. And then you go from there. But hospital environment, there's no doubt, is you only use it when you really need it. And as we evolve, there will be more units like the one we have here in other hospitals in the state, and maybe every unit will become, because, for example, I heard a number very recently, like, for example, in the VA hospital here in Providence, 70% of the people utilizing their services are above 65. So you have to have special units for older adults there. Yeah.
Absolutely. Any suggestions around, we know that many times, personal items or can be comforting when one of our loved ones go into a hospital or go into an acute setting for, short or long term. Any suggestions around that? And, with the training that is being done with staff, are the staff being trained in interacting with an individual, and then that too, working with the family to support them, because this is a stressful time for them as well.
It is. So some of the training so increasing sensitivity to families' needs is very important in our unit. Keep them informed, and then getting them involved in the patient care saves time, saves money, improve patient satisfaction. So bringing if the routine was newspaper or reading a certain type of books, keep them those here. A specific picture. I had one patient that was very adamant of having the pictures of his grandchildren. He didn't have cognitive impairment, but that made his time here in the hospital more pleasant, seeing the pictures of his grandchildren there. So yes, bring those. The more, the ones that they really use a lot. Sometimes it's just they want to always have a pen for some reasons. So I cannot write anything. So we try to do that. Either way, we have a good amount of things here in the hospital to give them to keep them not entertained, but you know what I mean, more distracted, and not focusing only on the fact that they're in the hospital and that they're sick. And our nurses and our CNAs and everyone involved is very sensitive to that.
Excellent. I mean, we call that person-centered care. It's really what we're talking about.
Exactly. Yeah. Correct.
Absolutely. Let me see if we have any questions from our audience. Let me just kind of peek and see here. So it was just nice that one of our registrants, she put the information in there about the Bears criteria. So Kathleen, thank you so much for adding that. And I will see if I can find that reference form and send that to individuals after this afternoon.
There's a lot of good information in that website, yes, of the Institute of Health, yes.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. Is there any questions from anybody here in the audience that would like to ask Julio before we sign off? Let's see. You know, it seems, you know, many times that, you know, we almost want to say that, you know, if we can provide the really supportive care to the individual at home, then we can hopefully prevent those catastrophic, you know, experiences for them to go into a hospital setting. So, you know, just being able to really validate and support, know exactly where an individual is within their baseline of where they are in where they are in that disease progression, and then truly being mindful and observant to seeing if there's any particular types of, you know, any changes, and completely, you know, getting in touch with the primary care physician if we're seeing any, you know, changes. And, you know, our caregivers need to be on top of that.
Yes, and as you may be aware, the hospital at home program that was approved already by Medicare is attaching community health services, hospital level care to the patient's home attached to the community hospital. So those are going to evolve and grow because they have a funding for that. And usually when there's economical you know, incentives, usually they grow a little bit faster. So the goal is to have around 5% of the most complicated older adults around a community health center being taken care of at home if meet the criteria.
So here's a question. Kathy's like, how do you find a primary physician to help you?
Well, so now you're asking the constraints of healthcare. So that's one of our constraints of healthcare, is the fact that we may not have, or we may have maybe enough, but we don't have them specifically trained to be able to care for older adults, maybe. Or we just don't have enough. I don't know. I will say I don't know about that. But how do you find them? It is challenging. That I cannot say anything more than that. It was challenging for me when I moved from Connecticut here to find my primary care physician.
You know, many times
I have him for 8 years, and I wouldn't change him even, you know, for you just want to find that primary care that you can speak to, and always be respectful. They don't have enough time. Usually they're given 15 minutes to 30 minutes, and that passes pretty quickly. So being respectful, I'm respectful of his time, but I go with a list of things because I get sick too.
Yeah.
But no, it's challenging. Yeah.
You know, I think a lot of times too, one of the first places that, you know, we encourage people to go to their insurance company, you know, and their health insurance, and, you know, ask questions. You know, it's always, you know, I think it's always be in your, when you're in your primary care physician's office waiting for that appointment, talk to your patients, and, you know, and have conversations with, you know, what do you think of, you know, who do you use? You know, ask friends and family, you know, who their primary physicians are, and, you know, ask their opinions about them. You know, who's going to be who do they recommend? You know, I think a lot of times we can get some really good recommendations just from the people around us that we know.
Yeah, that's very important. Yes, if now that the question is at that point is, any family member that has a primary care, try to ask them if they like them, and try to see if they can introduce you to that primary care. That's a great point. That's a good way to go in, because if they know you're the sister of this patient, and then it's easier for them to connect things and say, yeah, I'm not taking any patient, but I'll take you because you're the sister. That happens all the time. Because I know sometimes they're capped and things like that. But yes, calling your insurance is important, and also calling hotlines for Lifespan and Care New England. They have, and you said you want a primary care, they will they will try to find you one. And I think Care New England is looking at trying to even cut down on the amount of weeks you have to wait to see one.
Absolutely. So I think one of our families that are here, and they just like to clarify again the difference between what ADL is and IADLs are.
Oh, perfect. Yeah, the instrumental activity of daily living is those that usually people with cognitive impairment will lose first because they're more complex. So finances, managing their finances, managing their own medications, using a complex electrical device like even a phone, and for example, providing or cooking will be difficult. Because it's mixing things, that recipe they was wonderful when they were younger. Now they're having trouble making them again. So activities of daily living will be just eating, drinking, going to the bathroom, and providing the care they need to, clean themselves and things like that, and go from the bed to a chair. So just the activities you need to survive will be the activities of daily living. And it could be, sometime instrumental. If you think about it, instrumental is those that takes 3 steps to perform. Yeah. And then eating and transferring from bed to chair is something more easier. And then remember that these things could be affected by mobility restriction because of something in their body or because their memory is not working well, right? They lose the ability to perform certain tasks because the brain cannot sequence, start, or progress the event they want to perform. So it's good to know that also. And occupational therapy and physical therapy can detect which one is because of their memory or which one is because of the weakness in their muscles or pain in one knee.
Okay, thank you.
No problem.
And Amy Rodriguez just, says, is the goal to keep them home because of the confusion mentality issues or costs of in a facility care, or both? I worry about the isolation at home.
Yeah, very good question. So no, we know and that most of our older adults don't want to be in the hospital. If this morning, maybe 90% of them, we have 20 beds, they want to go home. They don't know why, but they just want to get out of here. So one of the and then over time we have noticed that people who are able to stay at home and be cared at home for the same degree of sickness, they do better at home than if they come to the hospital. So the reason why we want to care a certain amount of patients with certain characteristics at home who are old is because they do better there. Now, it also, when you create an environment, when you bring a patient that will do better at home and you bring it to a hospital, the cost is just amazingly high, because then not only they're doing worse, but now you're treating the complications of the disease and the complications of the treatment that you gave that was inappropriate for an older adult in the hospital. So it is a win-win situation for us, the geriatrician, that finally people are understanding why a geriatrician, we're always prone to try to treat people in their own environment, if possible. It's a familiar space. They get less confused. They have all the things they need next to them. They don't have one person next to them, maybe with confusion, yelling all night, and then they cannot sleep. There are a lot of things that could happen.
So, but in those situations where an individual has to be hospitalized, then
they do better in the hospital.
So with this forum framework and creating a dementia-friendly, environment for the individual,
yeah, that's a good point that people understand. So some diseases and sudden medical issue needs to be treated in the hospital. And then there's certain characteristics and certain issues that the patient may be treated at home. And that's why there will be a screening for hospital at home. Once they're in the hospital, it's just creating that environment that is safer for them using the 4Ms, as you said, Ms. Murphy. Right.
Many times too, and I just, we have just a couple of more minutes, but I just want to address this. With the work that you've been doing at Kent in the framework, was some of the hospitalizations due to, dementia-related behaviors? And if, is it possible that some of those hospitalizations potentially have been, that we may have been able to, not the hospitalization might not have happened if something occurred differently in the home environment.
Correct. It's what I call older adults do well in the right environment. Sometimes if they're at home and they're deteriorating in their memory and function, but the family and the caregiver, it's hard for them to notice those things, are not well guided. They will try to keep them there, thinking that they will do worse in a different environment, to the point that they cannot care for them because of their behavior. It's a very uncomfortable behavior, and they're getting worse. The primary care, or even a geriatrician or a geriatric psychiatry, or anyone having trying to address the patient issue, but still not doing well at home and getting very confused. Sometimes they end up in the hospital and with a fall or just worsening behavior that the family even gets scared. And then it's our job to detect that and try to find the right environment for that patient for the moment, and try to detect reversible causes, give them therapy, maybe send them to a rehab place for a week or 2 or 3, and then see if they can go back home, or may need to go to a different level of care, like an assisted living with a memory unit or long-term care. But yes, totally agree with that. A lot of people come here because we weren't able to address the needs in the 4Ms kind of way in their own house.
You know, I know for many people, the Alzheimer's Association actually has 2 educational programs that can be viewed online. We offer the program in our communities in person and also virtually, and they're both specifically on how to, we educate our family members how to support someone who's experiencing any kind of dementia-related behaviors, and we educate families about why some of these behaviors may be occurring, how the environment or even what you're doing as a loved one may be precipitating or increasing those behaviors in the environment. We also educate families on how to communicate with their loved ones more effectively, so that we can reduce anxiety, improve just that individual's calmness. So I encourage anyone to reach out to our helpline at 1-800-272-3900 to ask where those educational programs are occurring in the community. Anyone can actually go on to the Alzheimer's Association's community resource finder at www.communityresourcefinder.org. And you can actually just look up the programs that are in your community and find out when they're taking place. Again, I think education is extremely powerful to educate our families so that they can understand why these behaviors may be occurring with their loved ones. It could be fatigue, it could be malnourishment, it could be dehydration, it could be something that's affecting them in the environment that could be exacerbating some of these behaviors, which can be extremely frustrating for our loved ones on a day-in-day basis. So, and that can potentially help when we don't have to get to that point where, we're needing to potentially having to, call, emergency services, or even, sending their loved ones to a hospital because they're so overwhelmed with those particular behaviors. So,
yep.
Yeah. So I want to thank you, Julio, so much for, being with us this afternoon. It doesn't look like there's any other questions, but I can tell you that, many of our participants have said thank you. The information has been really, really helpful. It's a different way for a framework for them to be considering when thinking about, being proactive with their care. So, do you have any particular, sheets or worksheets that you can provide to me by email so that I could send out to our participants that they can have?
You know what? I will, and you may expect it in a few minutes.
Okay, great. Absolutely.
And it's exactly for caregivers, and I think they will like it. They will use it.
Great. Thank you so much. So this will just end this portion of the conference. So we right now we have just about a 15-minute break, and then we are going to be ending the conference for the day. We are going to be having a musical performance that actually occurred yesterday at the in-person conference at the Crown Plaza. So this is going to be a re-showing of this presentation that took place. So I will see you all back here in about 13 minutes at 2:30, and we'll have that musical presentation. And then we will be ending the conference for our last 2 days. Thank you.
Center that collaborates with clinical partners and community-based organizations to provide geriatric education to providers, students, and other trainees across the region. In our work, we are pleased to emphasize education on Alzheimer's disease and other dementias, and we are proud to be sponsoring this conference.
Hi, I'm Victoria Parker from the Alzheimer's Disease and Related Disorders program at the Rhode Island Department of Health. Our mission is to reduce the health and economic burden of dementia by monitoring the state's latest data, educating people and their families on prevention, diagnosis, and treatment, and improve the quality of care and support for people with Alzheimer's disease and related disorders. Thank you for being with us at the 11th Annual Caregiver Journey Conference. The Rhode Island Department of Health is thrilled to be a sponsor.
I'm Phil Clark, the director of the Rhode Island Geriatric Education Center based at the University of Rhode Island. We're a center that collaborates with clinical partners and community-based organizations to provide geriatric education to providers, students, and other trainees across the region. In our work, we are pleased to emphasize education on Alzheimer's disease and other dementias, and we are proud to be sponsoring this conference.
Hi, I'm Victoria Parker from the Alzheimer's Disease and Related Disorders program at the Rhode Island Department of Health. Our mission is to reduce the health and economic burden of dementia by monitoring the state's latest data, educating people and their families on prevention, diagnosis, and treatment, and improve the quality of care and support for people with Alzheimer's disease and related disorders. Thank you for being with us at the 11th Annual Caregiver Journey Conference. The Rhode Island Department of Health is thrilled to be a sponsor.
I'm Phil Clark, the director of the Rhode Island Geriatric Education Center based at the University of Rhode Island. We're a center that collaborates with clinical partners and community-based organizations to provide geriatric education to providers, students, and other trainees across the region. In our work, we are pleased to emphasize education on Alzheimer's disease and other dementias, and we are proud to be sponsoring this conference.
Hi, I'm Victoria Parker from the Alzheimer's Disease and Related Disorders program at the Rhode Island Department of Health. Our mission is to reduce the health and economic burden of dementia by monitoring the state's latest data, educating people and their families on prevention, diagnosis, and treatment, and improve the quality of care and support for people with Alzheimer's disease and related disorders. Thank you for being with us at the 11th Annual Caregiver Journey Conference. The Rhode Island Department of Health is thrilled to be a sponsor.
I'm Phil Clark, the director of the Rhode Island Geriatric Education Center based at the University of Rhode Island. We're a center that collaborates with clinical partners and community-based organizations to provide geriatric education to providers, students, and other trainees across the region. In our work, we are pleased to emphasize education on Alzheimer's disease and other dementias, and we are proud to be sponsoring this conference.
Hi, I'm Victoria Parker from the Alzheimer's Disease and Related Disorders program at the Rhode Island Department of Health. Our mission is to reduce the health and economic burden of dementia by monitoring the state's latest data, educating people and their families on prevention, diagnosis, and treatment, and improve the quality of care and support for people with Alzheimer's disease and related disorders. Thank you for being with us at the 11th Annual Caregiver Journey Conference. The Rhode Island Department of Health is thrilled to be a sponsor.
I'm Phil Clark, the director of the Rhode Island Geriatric Education Center based at the University of Rhode Island. We're a center that collaborates with clinical partners and community-based organizations to provide geriatric education to providers, students, and other trainees across the region. In our work, we are pleased to emphasize education on Alzheimer's disease and other dementias, and we are proud to be sponsoring this conference.
Hi, I'm Victoria Parker from the Alzheimer's Disease and Related Disorders program at the Rhode Island Department of Health. Our mission is to reduce the health and economic burden of dementia by monitoring the state's latest data, educating people and their families on prevention, diagnosis, and treatment, and improve the quality of care and support for people with Alzheimer's disease and related disorders. Thank you for being with us at the 11th Annual Caregiver Journey Conference. The Rhode Island Department of Health is thrilled to be a sponsor.
I'm Phil Clark, the director of the Rhode Island Geriatric Education Center based at the University of Rhode Island. We're a center that collaborates with clinical partners and community-based organizations to provide geriatric education to providers, students, and other trainees across the region. In our work, we are pleased to emphasize education on Alzheimer's disease and other dementias, and we are proud to be sponsoring this conference.
Welcome back from that quick break. So to end today, we have just a wonderful re-showing of a musical performance that occurred yesterday at the conference. So we all know too often that young people who are still in high school and college are caring for a parent, grandparent, or an extended relative who is living with Alzheimer's disease and other related dementia. These young people are resilient, strong, and just trying to find ways to balance being a teenager where they can hang out with friends and balance school, and then taking on the additional responsibility of caring for someone they love. Here's the recording from yesterday's live performance of Jay's Ma, a junior from the Lincoln School in Providence, who brings her talents and gift for music to honor her grandmother. Please enjoy the performance.
but I know I'm who I am today because I knew you. Like a comet pulled from orbit as it passes the sun, like a stream that meets a boulder halfway through the wood. Who can say if I've been changed for the better, but because I knew you, I have been changed for good. It well may be that we will never meet again in this lifetime. So let me say before we part, so much of me is made of what I learned from you. You'll be with me like a handprint on my heart. And now whatever way our stories end, I know you have rewritten mine by being my friend. Like a ship blown from its mooring by a wind of the sea, like a sea drop by skybird in a distant wood. Who can say if I've been changed for the better, but because I knew you, because I knew you, because I knew you, I have been changed for
So, well, I hope everyone enjoyed that performance. I truly appreciate the time and talent that Jade was able to provide for us for this last part of our conference. So on behalf of the Alzheimer's Association Rhode Island chapter, I wish to thank each and every one of you for being with us today at the second part of our 11th annual Caregivers Journey conference. I wish to just truly thank all of the people that helped to make the conference happen this year. I wish to thank the conference committee, our board of directors, the volunteers, and the staff and our Rhode Island chapter staff for the many months and many hours that it's taken to provide and pull off our two-day conference this year. And I wish to thank our family caregivers who, had to find care and support for their loved ones so that they could actually participate in the in-person conference yesterday. Just to let all of you know, you will be receiving an email this afternoon regarding a post-evaluation for today. And just a reminder that for many of you who have received, who are seeking to receive CEUs, that you received a email yesterday from me regarding a post-conference evaluation for yesterday. Please know that in the coming days and coming weeks, you will be receiving specific emails about the materials and PowerPoints that will be available to each and every one of you through email. And we plan to post all of the recordings of each of the sessions, including the PowerPoints and slides and resources they will be put up on the conference website over this next week or so, as soon as we're able to get all the materials together, and we'll get those up on the website available for each and every one of you. Please know that, the Alzheimer's Association is here for each and every one of you. We're available 24/7 on our 24/7 helpline. And again, that telephone number is 1-800-272-3900. And, we are here for you to provide care and support any time of day or night. And know that our helpline is available to you on over 200 in 200 languages using our language line. Also, please, feel free to go to our website at alz.org. Again, that's alz.org, where you can find all sorts of information, educational materials, any topic that you really thinking about that to help you provide that care and support to an individual living with Alzheimer's disease and another related dementia. Many people don't know, but the Alzheimer's Association can support you and your loved one. Doesn't matter the form of dementia that individual has. We're here for you, for all of those needs and all of those diagnoses. I believe Donna McGowan, who is our executive director, may be providing just a couple of last minute, goodbyes and thank you. So Donna, take it away.
Thank you, Annie, and thank all of you for today's attendance. And if you attended yesterday, it was an absolutely phenomenal conference. It was great to be in person yesterday and live, and it was great to be able to have this portion of it also as well on video for everybody that participated. We had a terrific attendance between both days. We had over 300 attendees. So congrats to everybody, our sponsors, our presenters, our volunteers, Annie Murphy and her fabulous program committee for putting this event on, our staff, our board of directors at the Rhode Island Chapter Alzheimer's Association, and especially all of you who attended, our caregivers, our home-based caregivers, our professional caregivers, our advocates, and people that are just interested in learning more about the disease. Thanks for sharing the last 2 days with us. We so appreciate it. I hope you get more involved with the Alzheimer's Association. I hope that you use that 24/7 hotline. It's so helpful. Again, it's 1-800-272-3900. We're there every minute of the day, every step of the way with you, with licensed clinicians on the other end of the phone to help guide you for whatever your journey or your struggle or your question is for that particular moment in time. So please reach out. Don't be shy. Use that number. And I hope to see you. I hope you're considering doing a third-party longest day event. I hope I'll see you at one of our 4 walks in the fall. And I hope I see you at our golf tournament at Cranston Country Club on August the 8th. These are the events that help fund all of the programs and services that we provide in the community for free and free of charge. So these things keep us going and keep us active and acclimated. And last but not least, I hope that you'll consider getting involved with our advocacy work and reach out to David Collin, our Director of Public Policy back at the Association Chapter Office. So on behalf of my staff, on behalf of all of our wonderful volunteers, our caregivers, our sponsors, you know who you all are, a heartfelt thanks, lots of love and passion. Jade Ma did me in, and she did me in again today to see it recorded. She's just simply an amazing kid with such great talent, but just such a big heart. It's just amazing to see the kids and the children step forward to help in the family situation and caring for a loved one with Alzheimer's disease or related dementia. So have the rest of the week. Go forth. I always say go forth, multiply, and prosper. Please stay in touch with us. Have a great rest of the week and have a wonderful weekend. And for all you moms out there, happy Mother's Day this weekend. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Victoria Parker from the Alzheimer's Disease and Related Disorders program at the Rhode Island Department of Health. Our mission is to reduce the health and economic burden of dementia by monitoring the state's latest data, educating people and their families on prevention, diagnosis, and treatment, and improve the quality of care and support for people with Alzheimer's disease and related disorders. Thank you for being with us at the 11th Annual Caregiver Journey Conference. The Rhode Island Department of Health is thrilled to be a sponsor.
I'm Phil Clark, the director of the Rhode Island Geriatric Education Center based at the University of Rhode Island. We're a center that collaborates with clinical partners and community-based organizations to provide geriatric education to providers, students, and other trainees across the region. In our work, we are pleased to emphasize education on Alzheimer's disease and other dementias, and we are proud to be sponsoring this conference.